Sorry, YouTube's being a little slow. Okay, we should be good.
All right, well, we have a lot on the agenda tonight, so we'll definitely go ahead and get started. Welcome, council, this evening, and public, those of you who have joined us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we hope you'll bear with us tonight as we talk about some very important issues. And once again, thanks, council, for your dedication to the city. So we'll start this evening tonight with a thought, prayer, and pledge of allegiance by Council Member Severing. That's his call. So Councilman Severing.
Yep, we'll say a prayer and then do the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, we assemble this night grateful for the liberties and freedoms that allow us to be able to do so under a great constitution that gives us those liberties. We pray that as we meet tonight, the decisions rendered would be for the benefit of the incredible citizens of North Ogden, and we pray for inspiration and the ability to be able to communicate effectively with our thoughts and to collaborate. We're mindful of many in the city who might struggle physically, mentally, emotionally. May they be buoyed up by thy spirit. And we also pray for our government leaders, local and state and federal, that there might be greater unity and peace. And also likewise pray that the citizens of this great country will find greater desires for unity as opposed to being divided. We give thanks for many blessings, and we pray for this today in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
If you will join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag,
To the flag
of the United
of the
States
States of America,
and to the
and
republic,
to the republic for which it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
one
under
nation,
God,
under God, indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Severing. We appreciate that. As we get started tonight, I've got to read our great statement about the determination regarding conducting a city council meeting without a anchor location. So pursuant to code section 59-2-407, the mayor of North Ogden City hereby determines that conducting an electronic meeting with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based upon the November 8th, 2020 declaration by the governor of the state of Utah regarding the increase in COVID-19 cases and the need for caution in people meeting together. The January 12th, 2021 meeting of North Ogden City will be held electronically and will not have a physical location. All attendees will connect remotely, and links for public participation are available on the North Ogden website. So that formality will take care of that. And before we get into other items on our agenda, I would call with the council or staff to disclose any perceived conflicts of interest or actual conflicts they feel may be pertinent to tonight's agenda. Do we have any?
Hey, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Councilman Barker.
I can't remember which agenda item it is since I can't scroll down. The rezoning of property about right there, number 11.
Yes.
That's a Barker family, but it's not my Barker family. I do know them, but it is not a conflict to me. In the planning commission, one of my relatives recused himself, but I don't feel like I should be because I gain nothing monetarily and have no interest one way or the other.
I think that's correct, Councilman Barker, but thank you for disclosing that. You know, I think if we excluded you from anything to do with Barkers in North Ogden, you may not ever be able to vote.
I'm okay with that.
There's a lot. Well, we just got you as a citizen. We need you, my friend. We need you. So, all right, moving on to item 3 on our agenda. I'm looking for an action to consider the approval of the November 24th, 2020 city council meetings. Do we have a motion or any discussion on those minutes? Any amendments? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve those minutes.
Mayor,
Uh,
I move to accept November 24th city council meetings since city council meeting minutes. How does that sound?
That sounds good, Councilman Severing. Do we have a second on Council Severing's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Ekstrom. Any discussion on those minutes? If
Mayor,
not,
we actually have to approve November 24th and December 8th.
yes, that's the next item on the agenda, item number 4.
Yeah, we can combine that on the motion.
Okay, well, let's do it then. Let's back up. We're also looking for any discussion on the December 8th city council minutes. Anyone have any corrections or additions to those minutes? Seeing none now, Council Severing, would you like to make a new motion, amend your motion there?
I certainly will. Thank you, Jamie, for clarifying that. I move that we accept the city council meetings of both November 24th, 2020 and December 8th, 2020.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All right. Do we have a second?
My second still stands.
The second still stands. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the November 24th and the December 8th city council meeting, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? All right, let's move on to item number 5. Our presenter will be John Call, our city manager and attorney, and he will be leading us in a discussion to consider approving the Economic Development Committee charter. John?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a charter that the EDC committee has requested the council approve. Sorry, I should have pulled it up. We had not planned a lengthy discussion just because it was approved by that group, but they would like the council to approve this approach as well as provide any feedback if the council has any.
All right, council, have you had a chance to look at that charter and do you have any comments?
Looks good to me.
Okay, we have a looks good. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion then to approve the Economic Development Committee charter. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move that we approve the Economic Development Committee charter as presented in our packet.
Thank you, Councilman Swanson. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Severing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the charter for the Economic Development Committee, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you very much. We'll now move into our active agenda and we'll seek comments from the public. John, if you would monitor the chat or allow those to join who have comments. While you're doing that, I would just remind those who would like to make a comment, please state your full name, your address, and please limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. So John, would you please let us know if we have any public comments?
As of right now, we do have a hand raised by Lyman Barker.
All right, well, let's go to Lyman. Lyman, if you'd state your full name and address.
And he will need to unmute himself.
Lyman, can you hear us? Is he still muted, John?
Yeah, his hand has been raised for a while, so he might not have been planning on speaking. It might have just been an accidental press of the button.
Okay. Did you see any other participation from the public?
Not at this time.
All right, if for some reason Lyman had technical difficulties, we'll surely provide an opportunity for him to make comments at the appropriate time. I know there's an item on the agenda that he may have interest in. Let's move on then to item number 7, which is a discussion or action regarding a resolution to use condemnation proceedings to purchase properties along the 400, 450 East project. As we move into this item, it probably goes without saying that this is a very sensitive item. This is something that is normally a last resort. In my discussions with John, and John, just so I understand right, when we discussed this, I asked you if you had gone the extra mile and had done everything you felt reasonably possible by the city to rectify this situation before going to condemnation proceedings. Perhaps the council would be interested in a little background with that. So you are the presenter on this. So if you would address that along with other items, let's move to item 7, John.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the mayor mentioned, we have been working on the acquisition for this project for going on 4 years now. It was money that was, or the majority of the money came from the Wacog Road acquisition funds, which we received about $2.6 million of money towards this project. We're at the tail end. We had roughly 26 properties on the lower portion. That's between the Alberta intersection and 2600 intersection of Washington Boulevard. And 25 of those 26 property owners, we've been able to reach a resolution. The last remaining property, we've actually had it appraised 3 times now, because of concerns raised by the property owner and in trying to work through the issues and questions being raised. Ultimately, we're just too close to the project. We can't really delay much longer. We've offered some pressure relief valves, meaning if they allowing them to sign what's called a right of occupancy agreement that would allow us to go in and start the construction while we work out the payment details. As of now, that has not been accepted. And so we really, because of the timeline, need to move forward and get what's called immediate occupancy for the property. That occupancy does not require the city to demolish the home or to take the residents and kick them out to do the project. However, it does, the condemnation is a condemnation for the whole property, where the city would take ownership of the home and all of the property, because the sidewalk will be about 12 feet away from the edge of the home. So this is one of those properties we knew was going to be a complete take from the beginning. The appraisers have all agreed with us. So all 3 appraisals have said that the damages to the home, because of how close the roadway is coming, exceeds the threshold of what the city, when the city can do what's called a partial take. So once you damage 50% of the value of the property with the road take, you have to buy the whole property, is the way the appraiser rules are kind of set up. After looking at it, the appraiser recommended that we are more in the 60 to 70% range of damage to the property. And so really we do have to take the whole property. It is a family home. It's a home that the inhabitants, their grandparents built. So it has been an emotional process for them. And obviously the city has not had a desire to have this, to head down this path. We've been trying to work it out, just kind of reached an impasse, and really we can't delay the project. So staff is recommending we authorize this. With this authorization, the city will move forward with a formal court proceeding. If in any time between now and the conclusion of that hearing, the landowner agrees to right of occupancy and to kind of a different approach to resolving this, we of course will respond quickly and enthusiastically to stop the court action and allow for us to work it out. But we do need that occupancy though, so that there's no delay in the project. And any questions about this, council, or anything I can answer?
John, before I'm sure we'll have some questions and comments from the council. Once again, I just want your commitment that you feel that you've done everything possible to accommodate the homeowner. And I guess the other question I would have is, if they desired to continue to occupy the property, even though the city owned it, we could allow that, I'm assuming.
Yes, I do feel that me and Maureen Bachman, our acquisition agent, have done everything the city can do to try and satisfy this without going to court. And there isn't a safety standard that would keep us, or there's no reason other than the city's setbacks that would keep them from being able to continue to occupy the home. We could, for example, resell the home to them after the process. The biggest issue we have is as soon as we cross that 50% threshold, we run into a situation where, and a lot of appraisers would say, we can't legally force them to stay. And because we have to file the action in the way the appraisers recommend, we are recommending the full take. But we have, for example, had some discussion about the possibility of them being able to stay on the property, with them possibly relocating the house or other options. Those type of things have been extended. We just haven't been able to reach a resolution to those discussions yet either.
Okay. Are they with us tonight, John? Do you know?
I don't see them on here as one of the attendees. One of the things that is in state code is when the council's doing a resolution like this, they have to provide written notice to the property owners and give them an opportunity to speak. I don't see them on the call, but if they would like to, if they are and they're just here under a different name, if they could raise their hand, we could allow them to speak. It is only the property owners or the people who are subject to the potential condemnation who are allowed to speak. So it's not a general public comment time period, if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand. So John, then you're confirming we did send them written notice of this?
Yes. 3 ways. We send a certified letter, a regular letter, and email. And so we're confident that they received it. Maureen Bachman indicated that she understood they had received it. So
Okay.
they were aware of tonight's meeting.
Okay, will you watch carefully to see if they join? I think it would be important if they are with us tonight to hear from them. With that introduction and discussion by Mr. Call, let's open it up for discussion to the council. See if we have any questions from the council or comments. Councilman Swanson, did you have a comment?
Just a question, and it may not be, I think I know which home this is. Are we refraining from identifying the exact home?
I don't think there's a reason that we don't want to say who it is. It's the home on the corner of 2850 in Washington. I had not put their name in the ordinance because the law didn't require us to. It just required us to authorize it for the project.
Is this the Parley Bates home?
It is.
Okay. Thank you, John. And we have extended offers from a financial standpoint that would be appropriate. We've done all of that, I would imagine.
We, to help the council understand, 3 months ago, they had 4 different options that were presented to them. Everything from the city buying it entirely, to them buying it, or to them only selling the property that was needed for the road project, and everything in between, including the city buying it and reselling it back to them as if it were vacant property, so that they could relocate the home or keep the home in the same spot, recognizing that because of the proximity to the road, there would be some diminution in value. But they could have, relocated the home themselves as part of the project. But those are some of the things we've actually been talking about with them for the past 3 years, to give them some time to think through it and come to a conclusion. And we've just reached a point where they have yet to be making a decision on value and things, and we just can't delay.
Well, John, will we be making, excuse me, if this condemnation goes through the courts, excuse me, will we be paying fair market value for this home and property? How is the value then calculated?
So it is paid, it is calculated by the appraiser.
Okay.
On this particular property, part of the reason the damages are so high is because in its current state, you could subdivide the property from a 1-lot home on about a ½ acre to 3 individual lots. And with the road acquisition, one of those lots will be eliminated as a potential subdivision. So that contributes to some of the damage, as well as the proximity to the home. And I can tell you, the appraisal is a market value appraisal. It's the same thing. It's actually a little more intense than the type of appraisal you'd get on your normal house when you go to sell it or to buy it. There's a lot more work that goes into it, and I'm confident that we are safely in the range of them being fairly compensated. State law also allows for, if the city is wrong on the compensation, then there are some penalties that we have to pay. But as I've talked with the appraiser, the acquisition agent, we're all confident that we are not shortchanging the value of this property. In fact, to put it into perspective, the first appraisal was done just over a year ago, and the value of the property has increased over $100,000. So they are being very responsive to the current market.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Swanson. John, just one other question. If the condemnation proceedings go forward and we do acquire the property, we still have the right, from everything I'm gathering, this is not only a financial decision, this is an emotional decision for them. Just to clarify in my mind, if the condemnation proceeds, we obtain title, we can still offer to let them buy it or live in the property. Is that correct?
Correct, Mayor. And if the council would like to add that as a stipulation that they be given that opportunity, I know that staff would recommend that, or agree that that's a good position for the city to take.
Oh, once again, I just want to be as fair and equitable and make sure we've done everything we can to accommodate the folks. And, this is one of the things that as a result of growth in the city, right? We've got to have adequate road system to accommodate that. So I would, it's surely the council's decision, but I would prefer that we formalize that as an option for them, even if the condemnation proceedings go through. But that'd be up to the council if they so desire to make that type of motion to amend the resolution. Are there any other comments this evening from council members?
Hey, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barker.
I'm still kind of torn on this one. I am not a proponent of condemnation or eminent domain or any of those. As I mentioned to you earlier, I kind of feel for this family as someone that just recently moved into my grandparents' old home. I could see the same situation happening to me, because if Fruitland Drive were to be extended, they'd have to take my home. And so I'm kind of the same way. I'm like, I don't know. I agree we should work with them as much as possible, but I don't know when we say enough is enough. So as of right now, I'm still I'm curious to see what the rest of council feels, because haven't decided yet.
Okay, well, I think that's a legitimate concern, Councilman Barker. That's why in my discussions with John, I have, and we've discussed anything possible and everything possible to accommodate this family, because I'm not one that likes to use that as surely a first alternative, but being the last alternative that we're aware of, the contracts I think have been signed. This has been a project that's been going on for 3 years, and I'm surely open for any suggestions any council member may have to avoid this, but John and myself have not been able to come up with, and as we've thought as much as we can, because I agree nobody likes to do this, but I think the reason it's provided is a last resort, and it looks like we're there. So appreciate your comments, and very heartfelt, and I surely understand that. Any other comments by the council?
Mayor, I just had a thought.
Mhm.
Sometimes when you have a horrible decision that has to be made and you've got a whole bunch of options and you don't like any of them, sometimes it takes the one that you have to do in order to make a decision. Because I would be in the same place. It's like, well, should I do this or should I do that? Or and I don't want to do any of them, right? But maybe it's like, okay, well, we're down to this many choices, and that might make it a little more real and a little more like, yeah, you do have to decide something. So as much as I hate doing this, I mean, that's just awful. I feel like, Ryan, the same kind of thing. It's like if my house that were the legacy home that was in my family for generations, it would be very, very difficult. And maybe this is just kind of the nudge we need to get them to make a choice where they still have some at least reasonable options to still use the property and stay in the house. But
Very meaningful comments, council member. Thank you. The thing that gives me a little bit of comfort here is that we will continue to work with them. I mean, we've talked about moving the home. We've talked about letting them live in the home. So I think we continue to pursue those options. And if the council decides to move forward, I would recommend that we solidify those in the resolution. So Councilman Swanson, I saw you come off mute. Do you have further comment?
Just an additional question for John. John, when was this home built?
It was built roughly 1910. It's
Wow.
Just after the turn of the century.
Okay. So it predates even the point in time at which the right of way that we had along 400 was reduced by previous administrations, correct?
Correct. It was right at the corner of where the old trolley headed west when it swung onto Alberta, or train trolley. I can't remember which one it was there.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I was. Are there any proposals that the family has brought forward that seemed outlandish, but might be considered?
So the current request is that they would stay on the property and they would not move the house, but the number of items they're requesting as far as compensation exceed what we've been authorized. Well, I guess it exceeds the damages by about 40%, if that makes sense. So in the appraisals or in the review, the proposal was to sell them back the property as if it was vacant land, so there wasn't a house on it, and then they could use the difference between the improved lot and the vacant lot to either move their house or rehab the house and move the garage and that type of thing. And they came in about 40% higher than what the damages would actually have been, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And sorry, to put that in, I mean, I should just tell you numbers. You know, if it was $180,000 that was being offered for them to redo the house and move the garage, not move the house, but just add some features to enhance the inside. And they initially were coming back in the 250 range of what they actually wanted. At the time, the appraisal said the house was worth 330, but that has since gone up.
So what's the appraisal sitting at now? Is that something we want to discuss?
There's no reason it's not public information. It's
Okay.
sitting at just over $400,000.
So in condemning and taking this property, we'll be paying 400,000 roughly?
Correct.
And then we would perhaps have the option to sell or create the option to sell it back to them as vacant land, minus the portion that we would be using for the road and sidewalk. Do you know what that value would roughly be?
Roughly it would be in the, it's very rough. So, in the 200 and some odd $1,000 range. Like I said, it was about 180, so it would be in the 200 to 220,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions? Did you see, John, if they joined us this evening?
I have not seen them yet, although we did put this at the front of the agenda, so if they did attend, they would be able to do their item first. If the council wanted to, we could delay this till the end, or if they did pop up, we could include, jump to that agenda or come back to this for them to provide some feedback to the city.
Well, I would say if you told them it was at the front of the agenda, we're into the meeting like 35 minutes now. But John, one thing, as I call for a motion here, I would encourage the council to formalize the fact that we continue negotiations to allow them to live in the home, to purchase it back. We give them all the options that we can, and obviously we'll continue to work with them, but at the same time, we'll proceed along here. Because as John stated, it takes a couple of months for a proceeding of this nature to take place. And I think they're scheduled to start construction in March, aren't they, John, on the road?
As of right now, that's when the underground work will start down here at the intersection for sure.
Okay, do we have a motion, council?
Mayor, what's the resolution number?
The resolution number, according to what I have, this is because it's a brand new year, it's 01-2021.
Mayor, I'll move that we approve the resolution using condemnation for the proposed 450 East widening project, with the option for the family to purchase the property back as the unused portion of the property back as open land, undeveloped land, and that we continue to negotiate, if possible, and a resolution to this that avoids the constitutional taking.
Okay, John, does that meet all the requirements?
Yes, it should.
Okay, I'm assuming, Councilman Swanson, that would include the right for them, if they so desire, to live in the property, even if we had
Yes.
to make some type of variance to the ordinance because of the setback?
Absolutely. And then after we take this vote, I have a thought. So,
Okay. Do we have a second to Councilmember Swanson's motion?
I second that.
A second from Councilmember Severing. Is there any further discussion at this point? If not, this being a resolution, Resolution 01-2021, which allows condemnation of the property for us to purchase it, we'll have a roll call vote. Let's start with Councilmember Ekstrom,
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker,
Yes.
Councilmember Barker,
No.
Councilmember Swanson,
yes.
and Councilmember Severing.
Yes.
Resolution passes on a 4-to-1 vote with Councilman Barker voting nay. All right. Let's move on to item number
Mayor.
8. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You had a comment, Councilman Swanson. Excuse me.
Just a thought. I mean, I voted the way I did because we need to get this thing moving along. If I had the magic key, I would reach out to the family again and offer them, you know, we said we'd offered like 180 and they were looking at 250. John, did we talk at all about maybe splitting and going up to 225? It reduces a little bit of the quote unquote net that the city would end up with it. But I think it recognizes also the historic nature of the home. We have a grade school named after this individual. And has anything like that been talked about?
We did, as part of the, I forgot to mention, we went to the ombudsman as part of mediation. We did decide that we were so far apart that this is where we ended up. But if the council would like to, for example, have a meeting and discuss exactly what they'd be willing to offer, we could do that.
John, I would say we've authorized you to continue negotiations. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that we're using WACOG money, and I don't know, John, if they allow us to pay that much above market value. Since they granted us the money, we might want to check into that. But I believe, and just to clarify, we would ask you to continue to negotiate. And if you can come back with a resolution along the lines of what Councilman Swanson is talking about, I think that's just further evidence of our fact to want to resolve this in an amenable way. But you know, once again, it's a difficult situation, right? Because we want to be as fair and equitable as we can, and yet we're dealing with taxpayers' money here. So I think the message Councilman Swanson is saying is continue to negotiate and try to come up with a resolution. But in the meantime, let's proceed.
Okay.
Would that be a fair statement, Councilman Swanson?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And one final thing, sorry, Mayor, if anyone would like to talk to this family, there's nothing that would prohibit you from doing so, except you have to take the acquisition agent with you because these are federal dollars. And so there's certain rules that have to be followed. Well, it's really more that the conversation has to be documented. So we'd need Maureen to at least listen in so that it was clear what was said and things. There's just, anyways. So if you would like to, I can get you Maureen's number and she can help coordinate that with you.
John, and I appreciate that offer. And the council's more than happy to do whatever they'd like. But once again, I think we've empowered you as our agent and as the city manager to act on our behalf. But I would say I would put it in reverse. If they would like to talk to a council member, we are always open to talk with our citizens. So you can surely make that offer. But I just want to emphasize that we do trust in your abilities to do these kind of things, and we're always here to help. So, okay, let's move on to item number 8. This is a discussion regarding a request by the Arts Guild for a ramp grant, and I believe Council Member Ekstrom, you're going to make that presentation this evening. So, would you like to proceed?
Absolutely. This is a happy thing. I'm really happy that I get to be have my assignment be the Parks and Rec, because that's all the fun stuff, right? So this one just makes me smile. We've had a lot of news lately that's not been happy, and this one, it just brought a smile to my face. We have the opportunity to apply for a ramp grant. It doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be given it, but there's a possibility. We have such incredible talent and willingness of both Mark Daniels and Melissa Shertuti, Nick Brown. We've got like this incredible resources of talent to put something like this on. Plus they have the know-how of having been in the school system to know how to do things in a COVID safe environment. So this is the proposal that they are going to submit. So the total proposed budget is $10,000. And then of course it's outlined all of the things that that's going to cover. And of course the ramp portion of it would be $5,000. That's how much the grants are for. And then it would just require city matching funds. And I think with all of the things that we've had to cancel in the arts and in our recreation and in just in general, I think this is a wonderful opportunity to really invest in our, especially our kids. They've had a tough time having so many things canceled, and I think this is just something that could bring a smile to our faces. So I am definitely a big cheerleader proponent for this, and ask me any questions you want. So.
All right. Well, thank you. Council, what questions do you have for Council Member Ekstrom? Or comments or anything of that nature regarding the proposal for a 5,000 city match on the ramp grant? Does anyone have any comments? Councilman Barker, I saw you unmute. Do you have a comment?
I was waiting to see if Councilman Swanson was going to speak up. He unmuted before me. Yeah,
I didn't realize I was still unmuted.
Yeah, tie goes to the runner.
Yep. So my question, I'm guessing this is for, I think it was a week-long event. Are the kids going to have to pay anything to contribute as well?
Most likely. We will have some sort of registration fee, just because, and that's yet to be determined. Mostly because if you get somebody to register for something, they're more likely to show up if they have some skin in the game. So the goal is to not have it be a financial burden to anyone. We haven't decided exactly, because we can really only limit it to like 50 participants. So it may be through application. Someone, we might have people apply just to say, why do they want to be in it? And, or it might be by nomination. But yeah, we've got that definitely as part of it. Generally, when a camp is run like this, there is a registration fee involved. So yeah.
I think your point is well taken, Councilmember Ekstrom. Could we offer some scholarships to those so we don't create a financial hardship for kids that would like to participate that can't? So
yes, absolutely. In fact, we were just talking about that as far as it being part of the ramp application, the grant application, to say that we will offer scholarships to those that demonstrate financial need. So yeah, we don't want to exclude anybody for that. That's kind of the whole point of the ramp funds. That's what they're for. That's really why we're investing as a city. We are wanting to provide opportunities that might not occur otherwise. So
okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Barker, I still see you're unmuted, so you still got the floor. I'm sorry.
So to expound on that, are we going to limit it to North Ogden residents if we're contributing, or is it going to open up to their neighboring cities? Are we going to ask for neighboring cities to help contribute as well? Or
as far as I understand it, because this is a North Ogden event, it will be North Ogden residents.
Okay.
So, and that I would have to check with Mark Daniels on, but I think generally the ones that he's done in the past have been, the registration has happened through North Ogden City and so forth. So yeah, I think it's generally North Ogden residents.
That's all for right now.
Okay. Councilman Swanson, I did see you unmute again.
Did this time, actually, on purpose, intentfully.
Awesome.
Councilwoman Ekstrom, in your first description of this, you talked about the application with individuals talking about why they wanted to be it. And what I took from that was there might be somebody that we would say, sorry, but your reason for wanting to be in it might not meet our goals, and then so you can't register. Is there any kind of auditioning or limitation on who would be allowed to participate?
No, honestly, it's really, generally it's been done first come, first serve, and that may be what we end up doing anyway. If we had Mark here to actually answer the questions as the director, because he's put on this camp before, right? They had it not in 2020, but in 2019. And I think, but they were just able to take a lot more kids. So this time it's a little bit more limited. So I'm not sure what the mechanism to only get 50 kids is. So
I would be uncomfortable with the city matching the ramp grant, knowing that there was a chance that a North Ogden resident who wanted to participate might be deemed unworthy, not talented enough, not committed enough, whatever, that we wouldn't allow them to register for the camp. So in my mind, if we match these funds, my personal preference would be that it's a first come, first serve.
okay.
Those who sign up get, it's just like soccer and everything else. Nobody's turned away. There's no tryouts. We're not worried about what skill you may or may not have currently. You're here because you want to learn, you want to participate. And I think this camp ought to be the same, in my opinion. And I also agree that it ought to be North Ogden residents only.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Councilmember Swanson. Mostly, I think when I was thinking about the application, it's much more of, we don't want to miss out on those that really, really want to. Not necessarily that they have to audition, but there are certain different levels of engagement, right? There are some kids that just like, this would be like the thing for them that would make their summer. And, you know,
right. I understand what you're saying.
I just don't want to miss those just for somebody that, you know, their mom signed them up and they don't really want to be there, you know?
See, I don't think that's our responsibility to make that judgment. And the moment that we start doing that, I think we're going to get ourselves in trouble. If you're really, really, really engaged and you really, really, really want to do it, but you're not one of the first 50 to sign up, there's a part of me would say, so how really did you really want to do it? That somebody who you might deem didn't want it as bad as you, or might not be as impacted by it as you, got there and got it registered before you did.
Sure.
I just don't want to get into this, any kind of judgment where we're saying one kid is worthy of being there, and I use worthy in air quotes, worthy of being there, and another child is not.
Sure. And there's also just the communication ability, right? There's somebody that can write really well. They can get in and communicate their desires a little bit better. Certainly. You know, that was just, and again, I'm just speaking of like, you know, off the top of my head, something that occurred to me. I think you know, if someone's applying for a scholarship for it that wants to have, you know, that might need to be part of the application process.
Sure.
Just so that we, you know, if we're not going to give scholarships to everybody, we have to have some sort of selection method for them, you know, to have the fee waived. And so that can be just, you know, there can be requirements for that income, you know, things like that.
Sure.
That's something that happens on lots of government programs have that, you know. So, all right.
Okay, thanks.
Hey.
Mayor.
John.
So because it is a Weber County program, it might restrict our ability to get the grant approved if it's limited just to North Ogden residents. Just as a heads up.
Well, we probably ought to find that out, but I think we have a deadline, right?
We do. They're due this weekend or this Friday. And just so you are aware, we do have 2 raised hands, Mayor, that have come up during this discussion. And I think it would be up to you whether or not you wanted to open the floor to those who are not presenting.
Mayor,
Is that you, Councilmember Stoker?
it is.
Let's hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Phil. I don't think that we should, in my opinion, if the kids really want to do this, they will be there first off. And sometimes some of them go with, maybe, maybe not. But once they get there, they really become engaged in it, and it ends up being a really great experience for them, and they have a good time and they learn and they make new friends. So I don't think application, to me, that doesn't sit right with me to make them fill out an application. I think it should be open to, I mean, I run races, and if I don't get in on time, too bad. I've lost out because it was only 50 people. So if I really want to, I sign up first.
It's a good point, Councilmember Stoker. Thank you. I'm just wondering if John's comment does create some issues. If we could get preference to North Ogden residents, let's say that 35 North Ogden residents sign up, and then we have 10 from Pleasant View and 5 from Harrisville. We'd still probably want to provide the activity, right? But we'd have a preference for North Ogden if we get 50 of them signed up. Do you think that might satisfy it, John?
It's hard to know. I think that that you probably, if there was a preference, you should probably look at splitting it on the funding. So 50% would be preferred North Ogden residents and the other 50. But we can include it as a stipulation that it's for North Ogden residents only. It just might affect their likelihood to grant the funding.
Well, just a thought, I'd rather have something than nothing. If we say it's only for North Ogden citizens and we can't provide anything, it's something better than nothing, just a thought. But I believe that Councilman Swanson's point is right on. And the others, Councilmember Stoker, when we're spending money out of citizens' funds, then it ought to be preferential to those families who live in our community. So,
Mayor,
yes, Councilman Swanson.
I just received a message that at least one of our Arts Guild members is in the meeting and would like to comment. I would move that we suspend the rules and allow an Arts Guild member to comment.
Okay, I'm surely open for that, and maybe some other folks who'd like to comment at the same time. Okay, we have a motion to suspend the rules. All in favor of doing that? We have a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of suspending the rules and allowing not only the member of the Arts Guild to speak, but other public members from the public, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, rules are suspended. Let's hear from first from the committee member, John.
Just a sec. Here we go. Okay. We should, if she unmutes herself, we should be able to hear from, it's Jenny Taylor.
Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes.
You are unmuted,
Okay,
Jenny.
wonderful.
So if you take a couple minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for, yep, I'll be quick. Thanks for discussing this, and thanks for giving me a chance to speak. The only thing I wanted to speak to was clarification. When we as an Arts Guild discuss this, we discuss these different issues. Who signs up? How do they sign up? How much do we charge for tuition? And we as an Arts Guild weren't sure if those were determinations we were to make or if that falls with the Parks and Rec department. And so looking back historically to the last such a camp that we held, it was open first come, first serve. And we had 53 participants sign up by the registration deadline. That was in a non-COVID year, so that feels comfortable. We discussed that if it were any more than that or much more than that, it would get difficult to stage them with the proper distance, to host their families and friends to watch them at a proper distance. And so that number felt comfortable. In terms of the tuition and who's allowed to register, we felt that as we fall under the Parks and Rec department, it would make sense to follow suit with the way those camps and sports things are mentioned, like someone had said, a soccer camp. It might be, or if I want to go to North Shore Aquatic Center, I might get a discount if I'm a city resident, but I'm not excluded if I'm from outside of the city. And so those are all details that we as an Arts Guild would be happy to iron out to the satisfaction of the council. I would hate to see the approval of the idea to even go for this grant be held up in some of those details, because those details can be worked out as we go forward. And again, it was kind of a question of, we didn't know if that was our jurisdiction to say, last name this or that gets in, number this or that gets in, and we're charging this much. Again, it was a matter of, our recommendation is that we look for the funding from the RAMP program to be matched by funding from the city to host a program like this for the youth. We felt that the number of around 50 students was very COVID friendly. We did feel that there would need to be some scholarships available. We didn't want anyone to be prohibited by whatever cost is involved, in which case that's where the discussion of the application came in, that Councilwoman Extra mentioned, but it would be more of the financial need rather than what's the talent and your resume and your desire. And so just to clarify that, I think we as an Arts Guild are happy to work with, whether it's through Councilwoman Ekstrom or whoever you want us to work with. The trick being here that there hasn't been the city council meeting for the last several weeks because of the way the holidays in this country fall at the end of the year and the beginning of the year. And the RAMP deadline is this week. So we're looking for your approval of basically committing the $5,000 from the city to match $5,000 from the county RAMP fund. And then we would have a pretty quick turnaround where we will have to work out these details. There just won't be another city council meeting in which to go back and forth and back and forth. So that's where we would absolutely defer to the Parks and Rec department. We would defer to whichever person it is that makes those decisions. But I'd hate to see this held up in some of those details when all of those can be worked through and to the satisfaction of the council, and still give these students an opportunity to participate, like Charlotte said, to take advantage of the great talent we have in the adults and youth of this community, and utilize the opportunity to provide a COVID-friendly art and performance opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny. We appreciate that. I think the answer to your question is the match is approved by the city council, so they would set the terms. But I think to your point, we can go ahead and get the grant, but if we can't come to an agreement, we can always not match the funds and the grant goes away. But we do have that deadline.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do have that deadline that you mentioned. So, but I think
could say something to the tune of that we would make sure we have a satisfactory agreement. Of course, this wouldn't take place until summer. We would, assuming we get the grant from RAMP, we would have the time to work through those details and follow the appropriate channels for that.
Yeah, well, I think you've heard probably the preference of the council in regards to North Ogden having preference. I think particularly in the scholarships, since this is taxpayer money from North Ogden, the scholarships should probably be limited to North Ogden residents. We can work through the details. So maybe the focus needs to be on the concept of a camp, and we can work out the details, but I think you've kind of heard where the council is leaning. So John, do we also have some other comments this evening from residents? So we've suspended the rules.
We did have one other person who had raised their hand, but it's since been lowered. Oh, it's raised again. So this is Meg Sanders. She's.
Meg, would you,
Meg.
Jenny, we forgot to have Jenny state her name, address, and But let's start with you, Meg. If you would give us your full name and address, please.
Yeah, Megan Sanders, 2915 North, 875 East in North Ogden. My daughter did Caught in the Act with Mark Daniels and Melissa Chertuti, and she absolutely loved it. It really, Charlotte was correct. It made her summer. She loved it and has been waiting for that to happen again. But obviously with COVID, it really warped how the summer would be. My one piece I would like to say is the idea of first come, first serve. When I register my kids for summer camps, a lot of times it's how quick I'm on it and how quick I can get them in there, because there is a question and something like auditions and performance for people that are around it and have auditions. A lot of times politics and I don't want to say favoritism can come into play, but familiarity. How about that? Familiarity. Someone that you know, someone that you might have in your performance group already tries out. So I think to look objective and fair in North Ogden, it does have to be a first come, first serve basis. That's all.
Okay, and once again, I think the point's been made. We want to eliminate exclusionary situations if we can, at a minimum, minimize that. So just to clarify, the Arts Guild had a meeting and all were in attendance and agreed to present this. Is Councilwoman Ekstrom, is that the case? Because what I would ask is they come back to us after hearing our comments this evening with a proposal for the council to approve. But was this the entire Art Guild that is bringing this forward? Do you know?
That I'm not sure of. I got to sit in on part of their meeting where I listened, but I think the Arts Guild doesn't actually have their bylaws written up, so I don't know if it's necessarily like a unanimous vote. They haven't really determined what their rules are as far as presenting something to be considered yet.
Just one rule, and I know we have the guidelines.
We're kind of just, I think the Arts Guild is kind of discovering what works and what doesn't. They're going to try some stuff and then we'll get some things formalized. But as far as I know, the Arts Guild has just had one meeting.
Okay, and thank you, Councilmember Ekstrom. I would just say there are guardrails there, and I can assure that in any charter we have inclusion and transparency. So if you'd also just remind the Arts Guild when they have a meeting to make that go through the proper channels of announcing that, making it public. So council, is there anybody else, John, before we get back on the rules of our meeting this evening?
The Arts Guild member, I think, to answer the question that was just asked about who was involved in the decision.
Okay, I'm not sure we really need the answer. I guess my point was the fact that, as we start this, I think the important thing is inclusion, and I understand everybody can't meet every meeting, but Council Member Ekstrom, if the council approves the moving forward of this grant, I think we would like a proposal based upon what you've heard from the council tonight. So with that regard, could we seek a motion on this with the conditions of approval? Do we have a motion to match this ramp grant as presented by the Arts Guild?
Mayor, I'll move that we approve the match to the ramp grant as proposed by the Arts Guild, with the caveats that we have a little more detail and understanding of the inclusionary tactics that'll be used by the Arts Guild, and how registration will take place, and all of that as we've discussed.
Okay, with the understanding that just because we're applying for the grant doesn't mean we will actually match it if we have the right to let the grant expire. Is that adequate?
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Swanson. Do we have a second?
I second that, Mayor.
A second by Council Member Severing. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go do a roll call vote on this. We have a motion and a second, no further discussion. Councilmember Swanson, are you in favor of this?
Yes.
Councilman Barker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ekstrom,
Yes.
Councilmember Severing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker.
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Ekstrom, if you would tell the Arts Guild to proceed with the application. And if we can help in any way or get out of the way, either way, let us know.
Very good. I'll do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item number 9, I believe, on our agenda. This is a discussion or action to consider an ordinance to rezone property located at approximately 1550 North Washington Boulevard from commercial CP2 to master planning community, MPC zone. Our presenter will be Rob Scott, our planning director. So Rob.
Thank you, Mayor and council and audience. This particular application is involving what's known as the Cooperstown project. And it has been before the Planning Commission and the council several different times. This latest discussion was held by the council on October 27th, 2020. And as a part of that discussion, the council gave staff the direction to work with the applicant and prepare a development agreement and ordinance for consideration. So that's what we are bringing back before you this evening. Now, I prepared a staff report, and I have given you an outline of the various provisions that are included within the development agreement. There may be a little bit of confusion as to the way that I've labeled the attachments to the agreement. So we have 2 exhibits. The 2 exhibits are the ordinance and the development agreement. And then we have a number of attachments that go along with the development agreement. So hopefully that wasn't too confusing for all of you as you reviewed this. There are some 20 some odd provisions in the development agreement, some 22 that deal with the actual project, and then gets into the legalese of these development agreements. I will be happy to answer any questions with respect to any of the summary sheet that I gave you with the list of provisions that are included in there. I did get one question from the mayor today regarding the commercial building, and I wanted to refer you to page 3, provision number 8. Let me just read that. Developer shall commence, this has to do with the timing of the commercial building. Developer shall commence construction of the commercial building as part of phase 1 of the project. And there are 2 phases in the project, that the property north of 1525, that includes the number of apartment buildings and the clubhouse, but it also includes the commercial building. And phase 2 is that south of 1525 north. So for that clarification. So let me get back to this.
Yeah, and Rob, I understand that as I read through the agreement. However, I believe the whole project doesn't have to be completed for 8 years. And phase 1, I think is it 4 buildings in it or 3? As the clubhouse, how many apartment buildings does that have in it?
Oh, let me I'll tell
Because
you.
I did read that, but there's a lot of room in phase 1. And I think what we found historically is this is a commercial piece of property that we're looking at rezoning to allow residential.
Correct.
So my feeling is that even though it's supposed to be completed in phase 1, there's a lot of work in phase 1. And just to clarify, my recommendation is the commercial should be constructed in conjunction with the clubhouse.
So yeah, let me just answer your question. There's 3 residential buildings. One of the buildings now has the clubhouse attached to it. The fourth building in phase one is the commercial building. And then there's two buildings south of 1525. So to answer your question.
Yes. And thank you, Rob, for answering that. My thought is that, you know, there's 8 years on this project. There could be many other buildings built before the commercial, but, you know, the very reason we agreed to look at rezoning this is because there was a commercial piece in there. And I surely don't want that to be the last piece in phase one.
Sure enough. And all I was doing was referencing provision 8 to see if you were satisfied with what it allows for. If you want to add additional conditions or stipulations, then that's one of the reasons why I'm bringing that up.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And I guess that would be up to the council to determine if they want to do that. I think we've just had experience where, you know, commercial, because I think it's becoming quite evident that this city can't live on property taxes alone. And a commercial, particularly retail commercial and sales tax, is an important part of our equation to move this city forward. So thanks for the clarification on that, Rob.
So if there's other questions that the council has relative to any of the other provisions, I'm prepared to discuss those. But let me just complete this. The general plan map calls for this property to be developed as Southtown mixed use. And it's been determined the MPC zone is consistent with that designation. We have 4 considerations for you this evening. Is the proposal consistent with the general plan? Does the proposal meet the North Ogden zoning ordinance standards? Is the MPC request appropriate for this neighborhood? And does this application meet the October 27th, 2020 City Council direction? We gave you the minutes from that meeting. The Planning Commission, as you recall, voted 6-0 with 1 abstention. And an approval. They, of course, did not review the refined development agreement, but they recommended approval of the rezone. The City Council can consider the rezone, and the development agreement for approval is our recommendation. So again, we're here to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Rob. I think your outline is done very well and is, for those who've had a chance to look through it, is very complete. So I think we do have the applicant with us tonight, but let's open it up to the council for discussion before we hear from the applicant. I noticed Councilman Swanson, you unmuted.
Yes, Mayor, the only question I had was the same one that you had, in that, Rob, I'm still a little confused about the timing of the commercial building. It's obvious that the commencement of construction has to be in conjunction with the commencement of phase 1 of the project, but there's really nothing that tells me when that will be finished in relationship to everything else. So can you help me understand the proposed timeline? Is there a proposed timeline?
I'm not aware of a proposed timeline, other than I know the applicant is anxious to get started on the project. The stopgap, if you will, is that they can't start phase 2 of the project until at least the shell of the commercial building is complete.
And that could be, I think the total completion, Rob, it's an 8-year agreement.
Yeah, that could be way down the road.
Okay, Councilman Swanson, do you have any other further questions?
No, I'll hold that question until we have a chance for Mr. Scadden to come on, and then he can answer that for me.
All right, thank you. Anything else at this point? Any other council members have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Before we ask Mr. Scadden to respond to us, just a couple other things I'd like to have him address as he speaks with us tonight. is once again, it's council's decision, but I feel very strongly we should have a time frame on the commercial, since that was an important aspect of this project being rezoned. As I read into there, I would like to have the applicant consider a contribution to the North Ogden sign. I don't think we're looking for a water feature or anything, but I believe that in return to the city, that the developer ought to be willing to participate in that. Once again, I've stated this before, I think the council knows how I feel on this, but I believe that there ought to be approval by the city to assign this contract to someone else. I think we make these decisions a lot of times based upon the developer, and we surely have learned that the developer has a lot to do with the completion of the project and how it ends up. And I think part of the reason we're considering this is because of Mr. Scadden and Mr. Wall. So I would like the council to consider if this project is assigned to someone else, that is approval is granted by the council. Then additionally, and this maybe just comes from my background of finance, because prior to this life and my life at Associated, I worked in mortgage banking, and we did a lot of development. And we saw a lot of uncompleted projects because of the lack of financial strength of the developer. And I believe that the council has a fiduciary duty when we do this to make sure projects are completed, that we have an understanding of the financial strength of the developer and the commitment to finance the project, so that we don't end up with half-completed projects. So just some thoughts that went to my mind, and those are only thoughts to be considered. So before we hear from the applicant, are there any other questions from council members?
Mayor, I just want to make a comment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Severine.
First off, I just want to echo your comment on the commercial. I think that's a really, really important part of this development. And that needs to be, as best it can be, a priority. And then I'm assuming that all of the proper, I know that the village at Prominent Point kind of scared me a little bit when we found out about what was happening there. So we've got the proper bonds that have been purchased and taken care of appropriately for this development. And that was
I
just a
believe the
question.
agreement calls for those, but I would defer that to Mr. Call.
So the bonding for improvements and things doesn't happen until the project starts. So until they get approval from the engineer and they go to record the subdivision, that's when the bonding occurs.
Okay.
Yes,
That's-
but the
that's-
development agreement does require bonding, Councilman Severine.
Yes.
Excellent. It made me nervous. I got a little nervous when we were down standing at Village at Prominent Point. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for the question. Any other comments before we ask the applicant to speak with us? Seeing none, John, would you let the
Mayor,
applicant?
I just had a concern. I'm still looking at this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just hesitant. I just keep staring at it, hoping that there's more parking spaces there. I'm just looking at that 4,500 square foot commercial building and seeing not very many parking spots for it. So that's my biggest concern. We want a business to go in there that's going to be successful, and we limit what can go in if we don't have enough parking. So yeah, that's a concern for me. I just know, a lot of businesses are short-sighted. We have the parking situation for a current development that we have that's just on 2600. They're behind 7-Eleven. The parking is just, it's ridiculous. You can't get in and out of there. So it really limits the success of any business that goes in there. So that I would like to see addressed a little bit more definitively.
Okay, I think that's a legitimate concern. So thank you for asking that. Councilmember Stoker, did I see, I can't see you, but the square run around your name like you had something to say. Do you have something to add?
I didn't realize I was not muted. So
Okay.
no, just listening to the conversations and waiting to hear from Mr. Scadden too.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Scadden this evening. Can you allow him, John? And Rick, if you'd state your name and address, we'd appreciate it.
Am I there? Rick Scadden, 118 East Loman View Drive. I feel like the concerns are things that are easily overcome. I guess for me, whatever you want to see on the commercial building, if that's going to be our holdup, us starting that building is not going to make or break this project. So if that's something you want to see start with, I believe we discussed building, I believe it's building E with the clubhouse. I can't read the, yeah, so if
Building A,
if starting the shell of the commercial building is the hang up, we could go ahead and put the commercial building as part of the initial, we'll start it with the first building we build. That's not an issue.
okay.
I don't think we have any hang up of getting that building started.
How about finishing it?
Well,
I know you got to get a tenant. I understand that.
to us to finish the shell, yeah, we can finish the shell, but with your knowledge of commercial real estate, there would be no sense in for us to go in there with a plan and build something that's going to limit our
Right.
our tenants. So
yeah, my point was just to have a tenant ready for them to do tenant improvements.
Correct.
And that was my point. So
we have no qualms with reaching, whatever time frame or how you'd like to see it flow. Yeah, that building is not, when we start that or when we finish the shell is of not great concern to us. So I think we can get comfortable. The buildings themselves at 8 years, yeah, that's what it says. I'm struggling a little bit with the comments of the financial strength of finishing this when the developer, my partner, is the builder and also the money. And if you knew my partner, that question wouldn't come up. And I frankly am a little disappointed in that comment. The money's already lined up. It's been lined up for well over a year to proceed with this. It's the money to pay the whole project and build it out to the end. We don't have any intentions of building one and waiting for it to fill and building the other. So the financial strength of the Wall Brothers construction is well above what it would take to build this project. And I believe we've been back and forth on the design and different things. I feel like the design was well accepted and we moved forward based upon the opinions of the last meeting we had. I feel like we've delivered on everything that's been asked of us. And if we need to put timeframes on that commercial building, then we're all for it.
How about Rick, Councilmember Ekstrom's question about the commercial parking?
Well, we have, if you can slide it over, we have right in that neighborhood, we have roughly, what is that, 10, 20, About 25 parking stalls for 4,500 square feet. I think, let alone the street parking that's available. I think, we're pushing what we need to accommodate the parking needs there. I mean, ideally, yeah, we'd all love to have Smith's parking lot, but it's not a reality.
Mr. Scadden, would you mind pointing out, I mean, I just see 10 there in front and then the rest seem to be associated with the residential buildings. Would you mind showing me where you are counting up to 25?
Well, you got a little bit to the north of that. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 there. You have the 10 and the 10 in front of the apartments. Those are not assigned stalls. And then you have parking out on the street as you enter on 1525.
Okay, so they're unassigned stalls that are coming over where it says 10 garages, right?
Yes, the garages are underneath in the buildings, but
okay,
with parked stalls out in front.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Ekstrom?
yes. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable number of parking spots for that size building. Just depending on what kind of business goes in there. So yeah.
Okay.
Another
Any questions
thing
from
too,
the
I'm
council?
sorry to continue. If that's built first and then, if you finish off that whole parking area that is available to that commercial building, you'll see how many parking spots are actually needed for the business that goes in there too. So then you kind of can make
Correct.
adjustments accordingly.
Yes.
Anything else, Councilmember Ekstrom?
Nope, I think that was my main concern. So the rest of the development looks really nice. I think it's lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? And I'm sorry you feel disappointed by the question about by financial, but I've been around long enough, Rick, to know that used to be the statement that the bank started out with all the money and the developer had the experience, and at the end of the deal, the developer had all the money and the bank had the experience. So I'm sorry you feel offended by that, but I think it's
I
a
probably
legitimate.
misunderstood your point.
I think it's, we're not questioning the Wall brothers. We just don't know, and we don't want an unfinished project.
That's a fair statement.
So what about the sign, Rick? I was a little bit surprised when it said that the developer wasn't going to participate in the sign.
What, when you say participate, give me more feedback as what you'd like to see from us.
Well, I just think, if this is a win-win situation and we're doing this together, that we would ask for some participation in putting up a nice sign. We don't want a expensive sign or a water feature, but I would like some contribution to the sign. Welcome to North Ogden.
What is do you have a number in mind?
I was thinking 100,000. What were you thinking?
100,000, let's go 1 million, Mayor. Let's go for
Well,
it.
hey, yeah, no, just a reasonable thing. We don't even know what the sign would look like.
Well, that's the thing without cost. I mean,
Let me ask this question. What would you be willing to contribute to helping with the sign?
oh, what if we put up $2,500?
Okay, well, the council has a number to consider there, so.
We're open to your thoughts.
Okay. What are your thoughts, Rick, about I know there's probably no intentions to assign this development agreement. I know it goes with the land, but do you have concerns about an assignment on the approval of the assignment? It won't be unreasonably withheld?
Am I going to assign it upon approval?
Well, what I'm saying is if you decide or the Wall brothers decide that, you know, you don't want to do this development and you assign it to another developer. My question is, would you object to the council approving that assignment to a new developer, which approval wouldn't be unreasonably withheld? You know, once again, the character of the developer has a lot to do with how projects are.
Yes.
And I think one of the reasons we feel comfortable with this is because of you and your partners. I think it was brought up several times that we're pleased that we have somebody that lives in North Ogden that's going to develop in North Ogden. I think I recall that comment being made somewhere along the line.
Well, we have no intention of assigning this, and if we have full intention of building it out to the end. You know, if it gets built and occupied and somebody come along and wanted to buy the whole project completed, I guess that might be a possibility, but that's the only thing I could see happening.
Yeah, I'm talking during development. So if that's not an issue, a problem, you don't see that happening, it probably wouldn't be an issue to add that to the development agreement. Yeah, I think once again, you have the right, when that thing's developed out and completed, you can do whatever you want with it. We just want to make sure that during the development process, it gets completed.
Well, if you'd like, we could bring in Danny Wall. I know he's there, and he can echo the opinion that we plan on building this out as a group and not assigning it or selling it on paper, as you will.
No, I believe you. So that being the case, it probably wouldn't be a problem then.
No, it would not.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I think Mr. Skadden has answered very forthright the questions that we have, which I'm appreciative of. It looks like there's no further questions. Rick, did you want Danny to say anything, or do you think we're?
I think we're okay.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Do you have any questions for us, Rick?
No, I do not. I would welcome feedback on the sign and express a willingness to participate in that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the council then and see if they have any suggestions or questions for Mr. Skadden. Looks like there are none, Rick. So at this point in time, I believe it would be appropriate, Rob, unless you have any further comments as our planning director, that we seek a motion to rezone this property.
There's two component parts to it. One is approving the ordinance and the second one is to approve the development agreement.
Okay. All right, I have here in front of me, and by the way, I want to thank Susan Nance for putting together, she sent me a shell that was very professionally done and nicely done. I want to recognize her efforts there. So I think the first thing we would need is a motion to approve ordinance 2021-01 to rezone the property located at approximately 1550 North Washington Boulevard from commercial CP2 to master planned community MPC. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve ordinance 2021-01, rezoning the said property from CP2 to MPC zone.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second on Councilmember Ekstrom's?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Councilman Swanson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this will require a roll call vote. We'll start with Councilmember Stoker,
Yes.
Councilmember Severing,
Yes.
Councilmember Swanson,
Yes.
Councilmember Barker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Ekstrom.
Yes.
Okay, property is rezoned. The second issue that was brought up is the approval of the development agreement. This is where we've had some discussion this evening. Council, do we have any further discussion before we seek a motion on the development agreement?
Hey, Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Barker.
the only discussion I think is what we've been talking about with the commercial. I'm not opposed with, he wants to build the clubhouse in that building first if the commercial comes second. I know you can't always do every building at the same time. And personally, I think it's more important to get the clubhouse in, because right now we're dealing with another development where we have on-street parking and bad parking and no one to police it without, until we get a clubhouse. So I think we need to discuss what we want to accept with the commercial clubhouse arrangement, whether we do the clubhouse first and the commercial second, or the commercial first, clubhouse second, something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that was part of our discussion. I think there were 4 items we had that would require potential development, amendment to the development agreement. It's the one you brought up, Councilman Barker, is when does the commercial property come into sequence with the buildings? I tend to agree the clubhouse should be first. I would hope that the commercial building would follow that. We talked about the amount that Mr. Skadden is willing to contribute to the sign to welcome North Ogden. We talked about the assignment approval. And I don't know if the council, I don't mean to offend Mr. Skadden and Mr. Wall, but financial review of the financing of the project to give us some assurance that we're in good standing, although I know finances can change rapidly. So those are the things that I would open up for discussion with the council, how they want to go about that. Any comments regarding Councilman Barker's item first on the commercial sequencing?
I prefer to have the commercial started right at the beginning point, just so that we, Rick, this has nothing to do with you or your partner, but everything to do with making sure that we're doing the best we can to make sure things happen in the best way possible for the city.
Okay. So would you're, if I understand that, Councilman, you're talking about that being the first building or in conjunction with?
In conjunction with.
The clubhouse, okay. Council, what's your take on that? Councilman Barker, what are your thoughts on that?
If we're building multiple buildings, then yes, but some development, I mean, some builders only build one at a time. So that's why I was gonna say, if you're doing the clubhouse first, I'm okay if you're doing one at a time to do the commercial second.
Am I still, okay, yes, I am. I do believe phase 1 will all begin together, but we can put verbiage in the agreement that states that the commercial building will be started simultaneous with building E.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone object to that or have any further comments? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the contribution to the sign that Mr. Skadden is willing to do. He's offered up $2,500. Does the council feel good about that? We started at 100,000 and he went to 2,500.
I started at $1 million.
What do we feel about that? I have no idea. We'd like a nice sign. We don't want to be extravagant. I looked at that as kind of partnering situation.
Well, can we put we pay for 50% of it up to a cap of say 5,000?
That's good for me.
How about if we do that? You contribute 5,000. If it goes over that, we pick up the rest.
Well, we are donating the land as well, so I think we're.
Mayor, I was actually going to say the same thing. I mean, they are donating that little portion of the ground, so I'm happy with 2,500. I'm happier with 5,000, but with the land and 2,500, I personally myself, I would be. I think that's generous of Rick to do that for us.
Okay. Anyone object to Councilman Severing's recommendation?
I wish I knew how much a sign cost. That might be a little more helpful. And I think that's what Mr. Skadden was saying. I don't know. I don't know how much it costs to build a sign. So I
That's
think
why, yeah, that's why he wants to cap it.
$5,000. I mean, $10,000 seems like kind of a lot for a sign. So I think it's reasonable. We don't need like the Taj Mahal saying welcome to North Ogden, but I think if we can find something that's nice, I feel like I'm in Monty Python's. I want a shrubbery and not too expensive and things like that.
Okay. Well, it sounds like what'll happen is Mr. Skadden's willing to contribute 2,500 and the city will pick up anything over 2,500. Is that fair, Rick?
That is fair.
All right. So we're knocking these out one on one. How about the Mr. Skadden says he does not object to the assignment approval. We okay with that?
Yes, I think that's a good protection for the city.
And I understand that, and I know where you guys are going there, because I had some involvement on another project that's not too far away. But yeah, taking out the ability to assign it is fine with us.
Yeah, and that just during construction. Once it's completed,
Yeah,
that's your
okay,
baby.
that's agreeable.
All right, tell me how you feel about the financial review, Rick.
That would be fine. I'll provide financial, I know you're going to find them to be extremely impressive, so.
And that'll be kept extremely confidential.
Of course.
So, all right, council, can we make those amendments to the development agreement? Does anybody object to those amendments?
Nope.
Mayor, I need to give you an agreement number. We're just at 1-2021.
Right. Thank you, Susan. So we need
Mayor, I would make one small tweak. Boy, I just lost my ability to speak. Sorry, Cheryl. One small tweak to the financial review for purposes of keeping it as confidential as possible. And given your expertise in the world of finances, I would suggest that we put our trust in you and you review that and then report back to council.
Okay, and I'll do that with Mr. Skadden and Mr. Wall together so that we do keep that. I'm more than happy to do that. Thank you, Phil.
If council is agreeable to that, I just think your expertise and fewer eyes means fewer chances of things getting out of hand.
I agree. You okay with that, Rick?
Sure. I like
All right.
that.
Okay, do we have a motion? Interim Recorder Nance has indicated she's given us the agreement number. And I believe that was agreement 01-2021. Is that correct, Susan?
Yes, that is.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the development agreement with the amendments that have been discussed?
I'm going to do like Phil does. So moved with what was said.
Okay. So yes.
And the agreement number is 01-2021.
Yes, so we're having a motion to approve agreement 01-2021, which is a approval of the development agreement as presented with the 4 amendments that we talked about. Those would be the timeframe on starting the commercial building, the contribution to the sign, somewhere between 2,500 and $1 million, as I recall. I think mostly on the 2,500. Assignment approval during construction of the project, and then the financial review to be completed by myself. Do we have a second to that motion made by Council Member Stoker?
I'll second.
The second by Council Member Ekstrom. Is there any further discussion? Susan, that being agreement, I'm assuming we need a roll call vote.
Yes.
Well, we'll go that route then if there's no further discussion. Let's go with Council Member Barker.
Yes.
Council Member Severing.
Yes.
Council Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Council Member Stoker.
Yes.
And Councilmember Swanson.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations, Rick. We look forward
Thank
to a project that adds beauty to our city and that you can be proud of. So
And the city to be proud of. We're anxious, so that's great.
yes, we're in this all want to keep our city beautiful. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Barker.
if we're moving on, can I make a motion that we switch items 10 and 11 around and do 11 first?
Yes, I
Just-
think we could probably do that without interrupting things too much.
Because then we're going to talk NPC zone with land use and then the land use survey. I just think those go good together.
All right, any objections to that? Okay, let's go to item number 11. I'm anxious to hear this based upon my understanding that Councilman Swanson made a motion that we would do no rezoning in the city until the general plan was completed. Not that there's not any exceptions, but I'd like to understand what the exception is on this particular rezone. So
John, sorry, real quick. John, do we need to have them vote for a switch for 10 to 11?
Yes, we do. When we amend
the
the
motion.
agenda, we do a vote.
Yes. Okay.
all right, well, let's amend the agenda. Thank you, Susan, for bringing that to our attention. Looking for a motion to amend the agenda to move item 11 to item before item number 10.
The
Do we have a
Mayor,
motion?
I'll make the motion that we amend the agenda and switch item number 11 to item 10 and item 10 to item 11.
Okay,
I second that.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? If not, voice vote. All in favor of amending the agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, Mr. Bell, you'll be our presenter in regards to discussion or action to consider an ordinance to rezone property located at approximately 2125 North and 850 East. We're looking to rezone that from RE20 to R-1-12.5. Would you proceed with your presentation, please? Are you muted, Brandon?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So this is a small rezone that's involved with, it covers about 2 acres and it's 3 lots. The request is coming because of a subdivision that is partially through the process of approval. It has preliminary approval, and the lots and it's a phase 3 of a subdivision that there have already been 2 that were approved. And in order to have similar lot sizes, they needed to reduce the zoning to the R112. That's what they wanted to pursue. So this is, it's located at approximately 2175 North and 850 East. It's the phase 3 of the Coldwater Meadows subdivision. It's about 2 acres, and it also, the subdivision would make a small amendment to one of the lots on phase 2 of Coldwater Meadows. The request is to rezone from RE20 to R1 12.5. Both single family zones, but from half-acre lot requirement with the RE20 approximately to 12,500 square foot lots. This rezone again is one of the conditions of approval for the preliminary approval of the subdivision was that they pursue a rezone for the property in order to have their lot size be conforming with what was with the zone, with an appropriate zone, so that the lot sizes that they were proposing were not meeting the requirements of the RE20 zone, and the prior phases were R1 12.5 as well. So they were trying to bring this into conformity with the prior phases. the general plan calls for this property to be developed as low density residential, and it's in the Coldwater neighborhood, just to the south of, or sorry, north of Coldwater Creek. We have some guidelines by which zoning requests should be reevaluated, and those are found in our general plan in the appendix. One of those guidelines is that a definite edge should be established between the types of uses to protect the integrity of each use, except where the mixing of uses is recommended in the general plan. The low density general plan designation, this is a staff comment, calls for a variety of single family zones in which the R1 12.5 zone is included. This rezone application will allow for the next phase of the Coldwater Meadows subdivision, which will border upon agricultural lands to the north. The next guideline states that zoning should reflect the existing use of the property to the greatest extent possible unless the area is in transition or is in conflict with the general plan. This parcel is the next phase of a subdivision on property that's transitioning from agricultural to residential. And the next guideline states that where possible, properties which face each other across a street should be the same or a similar zone. Collector and arterial roads may be sufficient buffers to warrant different zones. Staff comment on this is that these proposed lots will be located on a local street and are proposed to have the same R1 12.5 zone on both sides of the street. The zoning boundaries should not cut across individual lots or developments, thereby placing the lot in two separate zones. Illogical boundaries should be redrawn to follow property or established geographical guidelines. Staff comment on this guideline is that the proposed zone change will not cut across individual lots. The zone change, the ordinance is written so that the zone change would be effective only when the subdivision is recorded in order to follow that guideline. The proposed ordinance has had a few adjustments from a prior version to be consistent with that guideline. On a related note, so there were some adjustments made to the language of the ordinance from the prior version to clarify the intent of the ordinance to make it clear it included the street, adding a slightly increased area of that street to be part of the rezone and some explanatory text. Regarding the residential guidelines, the first guideline is avoid isolating neighborhoods. Staff comment on that is the proposed zone change will not isolate the existing neighborhood. It will essentially extend that existing neighborhood. The next comment is require excellence in design. The only way that this guideline applies is to enforce the applicable zoning requirements such as setbacks, and those will be enforced at the time of building permit. Building permit will be processed for the future home and accessory building, and that's when those setbacks and other city ordinance requirements will be verified and for conformity to those. And then the final guideline is to consider development agreements to assure higher quality development. No development agreement is proposed. This is a very small piece of property. It's 3 lots, and that's not being proposed at this time. So and I'm sorry, I've got a couple of outdated terms in here. It states planning commission, but it should read city council. The summary of the city council considerations are, is the proposal consistent with the general plan? How does the proposal relate to the zoning and land use policy guidelines? And then the planning commission recommendation to the council is that the planning commission voted 6-0 to recommend the property to be rezoned to the R1 12.5 zone with 1 member of the planning commission present but abstaining from the vote. The city council should consider the application, the general plan rezoning guidelines, and determine if this application for a zone change from suburban residential to RE20 to single family residential R1 12.5 meets these guidelines. And I'm sorry, if you could just scroll down just a little bit more, that'll give you an idea of the area. And then if you're able to, I'm not sure who's managing, but pull up Exhibit B and go down. Okay, you've got it. So it's these 3 lots. They're just the very northeast end of 2175 North. They would just extend it a few more lots and add those 3 lots and maybe 150 feet of pavement. So, and so the proposal is that the area in the red outline would be changed from RE20 to R1 12.5 if this were approved by the council. I think that covers all of my comments. I've gone over some adjustments that have been made to the prior version that was presented to the Planning Commission of the ordinance. But those are essentially clarifications. And but are there other questions or any questions that the council or the mayor might have for me?
Thank you, Brandon, for your good work on this and putting it together.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions from the council? I do have one, but I'd like to hear from the council first. Do we have any questions?
I had a quick question.
Councilmember Ekstrom, go ahead.
Okay. Is this the last phase? Lyman and Lenny have some more land over there. So I'm just wondering, could we approve the zoning change for all of the phases that are intended to go? Or is it just, I'm just trying to save some time if we're going to have to do this again or is it, this is customary how this is done? I guess this is kind of a newbie question. So yeah. That's really what I'm wondering.
Yeah, and that's along a lot of the lines of the question I had when Brandon's made the comment that the subdivision should have the same zoning. There is a big piece of ground there. And does that mean that we're now committing to zone everything as 12.5 under the situation that it should concur with the closest subdivision? Because I'm sure the rest of that ground will one day be developed. And, it may very well end up our 12.5, but does that kind of force the hand, or do we want to try to have some RE20 left in the city, or how does that work, Brandon?
It doesn't force your hand on future properties. Both the RE20 and the R1 12.5 zones fall within the low density residential category. And in the general plan for this area, it refers to this area as low density residential. So you can use that guideline of following the general plan land use category map, and you can still pick within several zones within that. So I believe that answers your question, Mayor. And then regarding Councilwoman Ekstrom's question, we're essentially how much area is proposed to be rezoned is determined by the applicant. They decided the subdivision size, and they could have brought forward the entire application, a different application for a larger piece of property, but we just told them they needed to rezone this property. And I guess you could say one advantage that does give the city is that the city doesn't have to make a decision on that larger piece of property. This phase right here can be considered one subdivision, and so that guideline, as it's been applied in the past, just applies to each phase, like 2 phases of subdivision, because rezones tend to happen a lot of the time, not all the time, but with phases of subdivisions, etc. So I don't think if you had a really large development that you would have to apply that across every single phase if you found a way to to make a clean boundary. So we tend to apply that guideline of a single zone per subdivision to an individual legal subdivision that gets recorded at the county. I hope
Brandon, to clarify that, the reason we're looking at a rezone is not because everything else around it is 12.5. Because
No.
under that scenario, everything close to this is going to be 12.5, right?
Everything to the south of this, well, not everything, but everything in the subdivisions that are related to this that have been done by the same development are 12.5. So this would help the lots conform to the R1 12.5 zone, and by getting the R1 12.5 zone, the lot sizes, it would be consistent, more consistent with the development on the same street.
I guess my question is, and this is along with, I think Councilwoman Ekstrom, is if we rezone that R12.15, then the next development is right next to it. Do we use the same theory that, well, everything by it is 12.5, so we end up rezoning just kind of on a domino effect? Or
I don't think it binds you. It's, I mean, how do I say this? I would interpret my understanding and interpretation of the guidance that everything within the same subdivision would needs to be the same zone, that guideline would apply more strictly to each plat, if that makes sense. That there are plenty of areas in the city where you have, one street next to another where it does change zones from one street to another, or one subdivision to another. And I don't think that you need to interpret it so strictly that you say that, just because it has the same first name like Coldwater or something like that, that every subdivision after it needs to be a R1 12.5.
okay, so that applies here. I mean, we don't have to do this 12.5. I'm not saying we won't, but I'm just trying to clarify that that's not the pressure to do this. It's because it fits the request by the development. I think my understanding is that the I don't know if it's the sons or whatever the relatives are here will be occupying those, so it's to accommodate, I think, them to build on this property. Is that correct?
It's to accommodate a smaller lot size that they have proposed that does not work in the RE20 zone, because they have lot sizes that are 12,500 or so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from the council? Thank you, Brandon, for putting that presentation together and sending that to us, and then your presentation this evening.
My pleasure.
Councilman Swanson, did I see you on mute there?
You did. John, did you get the email that I just sent you?
Yes.
Would you pull up that attachment, please? The attachment that John is pulling up is the proposed, at least where the general plan steering committee is right now in their good work that they're doing. If we look at the area, it's the area in the center towards the bottom there in yellow. John, can you circle that for me, please? Yeah, that area right there. So this is what the general plan steering committee has come up with at this point. And in their thinking, and I tend to agree with what they've shown, at least on this portion of the map, is that this would continue to be residential low density development. You can see the area to the north of that is primarily unchanged. The white areas are unchanged, and an area directly south of that is area that would be unchanged from where it is now. So Mayor, in answer to your question about rezoning, I did say that. And if I were to say, let's go ahead and rezone these 3 lots, it's only because of this map that the General Plan Steering Committee is prepared and is working from and preparing to present to council at some point in the near future for our consideration.
Okay. Councilman Swanson, do you know when they define that as low density, is that retaining RE20? I mean, there's obviously different definitions of low density, and I think 12.5 fits into the definition of low density. Do you have any idea if they were hoping that would stay RE20 or
that I don't at all. Like you said, it depends on the community what low density housing is. If you go out to Hooper, anything less than an acre is high density housing. Here in North Ogden, low density housing has typically been that R110, R112 or larger lots considered residential low density.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments from council members? Do we have the applicant with us? John, is the applicant interested in saying anything this evening, or do you know? Would they like to say anything? Are they with us?
I believe their representative, John Hanson, is here.
Okay, would Mr. Hanson like to speak? If so, if he would state his name and his address. If not, that's fine too, but at least want to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, John Hanson, 1165 West, 4000 North in Pleasant View. So I would like to address these 3 lots that are an extension of Coldwater Estates. There's been some questions. Why are they just doing 3 lots from Councilman Ekstrom? There's a reluctancy on the seller's part to develop any of the property. They like the farm. That's what they want to do, but they want to provide some housing for their children. So that's the reason. I think it fits perfectly with what has been done. And there's only 1 lot that's, it'll have to be 13.5 now, lot 26 on the corner. The others are huge lots just because of the way the road goes. And so I think it enhances that whole area again. There'll be a lot of open space. And so, as you know, I'm always for developing, but that's my opinion. I think we did phase 1 and 2 of Coldwater, and this certainly, as Brandon has said, fits in with the neighborhood and what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Okay, we've heard from the applicant. We've heard from Brandon, from the planning, our associate planner. Are there any further questions? Being none, the item on the agenda is an action to consider an ordinance to rezone the property from RE20 to R-1-12.5. If the council would like to proceed, we would need a motion. And I believe that the rezone would be ordinance 2021-02. Would that be correct, Susan?
Yes.
To rezone the property located at approximately 2175 North, 850 East. Do we have a motion to rezone the property?
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2021-02 located at 2175 North, 850 East. That ground being changed to R112 from R20.
So R112.5, Councilman Severing?
0.5.
Okay, we have a motion by Council Member Severing. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Council Member Ekstrom. Is there any further discussion on this item? I don't see any, so let's go to a roll call vote. Let's start with Council Member Severing.
Yes.
Let's go to Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Council Member Barker.
Yes.
Council Member Swanson. Did we lose Council Member Swanson?
I said yes, but I was still on mute. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. You made me lose concentration. Is that you? We haven't got to Councilman Barker. Oh, Council Member Ekstrom.
Yes.
Okay. Looks like the ordinance passes unanimously. we wish the Barkers good luck as they occupy some of their own farm ground, and we'll look forward to a nice development there. So thank you.
Hey,
We'll move
Mayor,
on. Yes, Councilman Barker.
just to point out, those Barkers will be in North Ogden as well.
Oh, really? How many are we gonna have? I mean, you know, we got you, and now you're wanting to get the whole Barker clan in. So,
Working
all
on
right,
it.
that'll be good. We're glad to have Barkers in our community and be members of our community. So let's go on then to item number 10, which will be led by our planning director, Rob Scott. He'd like to discuss with us tonight, likes to consider some options for the MPC zone regarding the land use code. So, Rob?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As just by way of a little bit of background, the Planning Commission and Council have had a couple of work sessions regarding the land use code and various policy issues. In our last meeting, which was on December 16th, the council requested that we have some further discussion regarding the MPC zone. So I've put together a memo that gives a little bit of background on the history of the MPC zone, along with some of the standards that are a part of that particular provision. So the MPC zone was adopted back in 2015, and we have, the city has approved 4 projects that have been zoned MPC. So we have the Village at Prominence Point, Patriot Point, Cherry Springs Villas, and tonight was the Cooperstown project. So we have those 4 properties that have the MPC zone attached to them. The next part of the memo, I've given you some quotes from the zone itself. So we have the purpose statement of the MPC zone. I'm just going to read the first sentence. The purpose of the master plan community zone is to provide opportunities for creative and unique developments within North Ogden. And then, of course, there are standards that get to how that is accomplished. There's some other provisions that are a part of that purpose statement. Purpose statements are there to help identify the extent of the zone and its application. It's not approval criteria. The next section I've given you relates to some of the features of the MPC zone. That's on page 2. There's an area requirement for the MPC zone. There's a minimum size of 5 acres, and staff has gone back and taken a look at the relationship to the MPC zone. It also talks about where it should be applied, and it's generally along Washington Boulevard from 2600 north all the way to the south city boundary. And as a part of that, there's the standard that says it has to have a minimum of 5 acres. And that's consistent with our planning development zone overlay as well, which requires a minimum of 5 acres. There's only one remaining property that's in the city. You may be familiar with the property that is has a silo on it. And that particular property, when you bring those 2 parcels together, that it is a little over 5 acres. So that has the potential for being zoned MPC. And then the other one along the Washington Boulevard is property that's still outside the city, south and west of Washington and 1700 North. That's in our boundary declaration. So eventually that'll come in. It would require that those property owners come together to get to the 5 acres. There is a provision in the ordinance that talks about how that there's a minimum of 5 acres. I think John is going to kind of give you put his cursor over some of those properties, but hopefully we can do that. So there's the one south, and the one that's north is that R4 zone property across the street from the Village at Prominence Point. So those are the two remaining ones that are in our, that have that capacity to meet that 5-acre standard. Now, the council, as you may or may not realize, is that you can go smaller than that if you want, but that would require special consideration on the part of the council. So if the council decided that you only wanted to consider 5 acres or larger, then you could direct us to amend the ordinance so that that would be the case. The next thing I'd like to just focus on briefly is on page 2, we give you the requirements for zoning there. And remember that this, what we're talking about, is a legislative matter, and you have, as a council, the ultimate say relative to whether or not you're going to approve zone changes or not. So the very first statement that is underlined is not all properties will be eligible for the master plan community zone designation. And then it gives some basic standards for size, location, the mixed use nature of the projects, a discussion about how it should demonstrate an excellence in architecture and site design and walkability. There was a requirement for the development agreement. Proposals are to be consistent with our general plan, and there should be a specific plan that's associated with it. So not unusual for us to consider those kinds of criteria when we're working with really any kind of rezone, but in particular this zone has those specified. So let me hit on just a couple of other things. First of all, the 4 properties that are zoned MPC, staff would suggest that removing the MPC zone from the zoning ordinance would make those 4 projects non-conforming. It's recommended that the zone remain in the code to avoid this circumstance. So again, that would allow us to maintain those properties in a conforming status. It's certainly up to the council as to whether or not you would ever approve another one in the future. Next, in terms of density, the ordinance actually references density as it ties into the general plan. The density is where it talks about medium and high densities. The ranges are 6 to 18 acres and 18 to 40. Then we have some standards, as you know, as far as building height. There's a maximum building height is 36 feet. Council has the ability to go higher than that. As far as unit sizes, the number of units per building, there's no limitation there. And then the provision that we've relied on as far as conflicting provisions, the development agreement can modify the zoning ordinance standards. And this provides some flexibility to both the Planning Commission, the council, and also obviously to the applicant. I won't go through all of the things on page 3, which outline the vision for the city as part of the general plan is concerned, but hopefully you've had a chance to review those. I think that's pretty instructive as far as the types of things that we should be looking for as far as quality development within our city. So I've got a little summary of your considerations tonight. Is the city council satisfied with the MPC zone? Should the existing zoned MPC properties retain the MPC zone designation? And what direction does the city council wish to give regarding the MPC zone? So our recommendation tonight is, of course, conduct this discussion. We're recommending that you retain the MPC zone to avoid these 4 projects becoming non-conforming. We'd like to have you identify any future rezone requests on a case-by-case basis once a rezone application is received. And then last but not least, give direction on any modifications you'd like to see to the zone. I've given you a copy of the zone, and you also have the zoning map as attachments. Mayor, be happy to entertain a discussion.
All right, good presentation, Rob. Thank you very much for that. Council, do you have any questions for Rob or regards to his questions on the MPC zone, its retention? Anything that needs to be amended? I think he pointed out the minimum 5 acres. But there is a provision to go less. Do we want to keep that as a option? Rob, correct me if I'm wrong too, but I think some buildings can be as high as 50 feet.
Well, the limitation is 36 feet in height, but as part of the provision that allows for the conflicting provisions, that's where, as part of the development agreement, those have to be outlined and specified. You did that tonight with the Cooperstown, 36 feet high, but because of the pitch and the architectural design, Planning Commission and Council said, yeah, we're going to let you go a little higher.
Rob, where did I read in there something about 50 feet? And I understand the reason we went higher is because of the roof pitch, not the fact that it was occupied space. As you'll recall, Cooperstown came initially with a 4-story building. We expressed some concerns about that. So is it clear in there that, you know, it can be X feet tall, but not occupied above a certain level, or what?
It doesn't really address that. I think it's up to the applicant to be able to share their vision for their project, and we really don't have a provision that addresses that particular thing. But at the same time, it's certainly a part of when we review these things. Anytime it goes over the maximum amount, then the applicant needs to give us a justification as to why.
Once again, I'm sorry, what does the 50 feet apply to? Why is that in the zoning?
The only time it's in there is when the council allows it as a conflicting provision, unless I'm not remembering correctly.
Yeah, it was in one of the attachments, I think. And, you know, once again, anytime I see something in there that allows 50 feet, I'm not adverse to. My question is, if we're never going to approve 50 feet, should it be in there? But anyway, let's hear from the council, what questions they may have, what their feelings are about the zone. Let's start with Councilman Severing this evening, see if he has any comments.
You know, I think Rob did a great job. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I guess I would say we have the right to have it less than 5 acres, but at this point, I don't think any MPC should be less than 5 acres.
Okay, let's go to the two council members. I'm sorry, did you have a further comment, Councilman Severing? I guess not. I think we have 2 council members that were on the council when the zone was originated and approved. Let's hear from Council Member Stoker and then Council Member Swanson. Do you have any comments, Council Member Stoker?
I agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation that it should stay a minimum of 5 acres, and then always that the developer can come to us with a plan or what needs to be done. And there was some discussion on the height, and we've never been really comfortable with 4 stories. But I think if I remember correctly, the 50 feet came in with the pitch of the roof, not that it was occupied space. So I'm okay.
Okay. Anything else, Council Member Stoker?
No.
All right. Council Member Swanson?
Well, the first comment I have is a question for Rob. Rob, other than these 4 areas that are already zoned MPC that would become non-conforming if we kept it, what advantage is there to the city in keeping the MPC zone?
Well, it's a judgment call, and you ultimately make that decision. The thing that I see is that currently our ordinances, they provide some flexibility in design and what have you. But the nice thing about this zone is that it gives both the planning commission and council ultimate determining as to whether or not a project is successful or not. And so I do have to go back, Mayor, you are correct. There is a provision for a 50-foot high or 4-story building if it's for commercial, office, and vertical mixed use or residential flats. We have not had any of those projects proposed. They've all been either condos, townhomes, or single purpose apartments. So those are the ones that are capped at 36 feet. But again, we've allowed some of those to go higher than that.
Well, yeah, and I guess my question is, we have in there 4 stories or 50 feet for the type of buildings you mentioned, commercial office and vertical mixed use or residential flats. I guess my question is, do we want 50-foot buildings in the city?
Yeah, and that's definitely a policy decision. If you would like to not have them go that high, then I guess the highest ones we've had to this point, John Call can maybe help me out here, but I think the highest we've had is like 45, 46 feet.
That sounds correct, Rob.
Yeah. Somebody will ask for 50 if we have it in there, I'm sure. I imagine the ones that are already zoned would be grandfathered, Rob?
Yes, but we do not have any that have, with the exception of what we approved tonight and the Village at Prominence Point, there's a couple of, some of those apartment buildings are allowed to go to 46, I think. So we haven't had anybody ask for 50, or at least we haven't approved any to 50. Let me clarify that.
So Mayor, the other thought that I've been having with the MPC zone and whether or not it's really done anything or it's something that we need to keep is it seems that with the current economic environment, the current business environment, it seems that a mixed use project wherein commercial is mixed with housing is quickly becoming a thing of the past. And isn't really, I don't know what we're gaining by having this zone where we have a commercial and a housing component mixed together. So I mean, I'm not convinced we need to keep it. I honestly, I mean, I was part of the group that passed this when it was passed. I don't know that it has proven to be a tool that is excessively useful or, you know, such that I'm dying to keep the thing. There have been enough headaches with it that part of me wants to just kind of boot it out the door and eliminate some of those headaches and find other mechanisms to do what we want to do as far as quality and those kinds of things go. So I don't know. That's where I am at the moment, Mayor. Kind of washy.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Councilman Barker, see if he has any comments.
Yeah.
I know he's a fan.
Actually, I'm coming around. It's been known that I have not been a fan of the MPC zone, but I spoke with Rob yesterday about this, and I'd forgotten that the Cherry Springs villas are the MPC zone, and I think that's the best case scenario of what the MPC can do. There's not one bit of commercial inside that zone, but it is a different design than what would normally be allowed in our city if we didn't do the MPC. So in that case, I think it actually worked out great because I think for that development, for the senior style living, it is a good zone for them. And also thinking about the zone or the development tonight, Cooperstown, I don't even know how many plans I've looked at and not approved, but looked at as the fire marshal that have come across my desk for Cooperstown in the last couple of years. They seem to change all the time. And even in the last year, the ones that we approved tonight are different than what we talked about a year ago. I think it was a year ago, almost tonight. When Cooperstown first started coming back asking for the MPC, and we denied it and we didn't like it because there was no commercial. And the only reason I didn't like it as no commercial was because it's already zoned commercial and they wanted to go strictly residential. But I'm in agreement with Rob that I think we should keep the zone. We have 4 of them that, even the one we did tonight, that said we were going to zone them as MPC. So if we got away with the zone the same night we approved one, it kind of is a contradiction, but I think we should keep it because it does have potential and it could be good. And especially where we only have 2 other properties in our city where we can use it.
Okay.
I don't know if any of that made any sense.
Of course, everything you say makes sense, Councilman. Let's go then to, I think Councilmember Ekstrom is who we've not heard from.
Well, when I look at the MPC zone, it seems like it's kind of a new thing. I mean, we really just barely started it, and the developments that have that zone are still not even complete yet. They haven't been built. So let's kind of see, before we just boot it out the door, let's see how well it works. You know, I think at this point, just as Ryan pointed out, we just barely approved one to go into this zone, and it's not built out yet at all. So, you know, I think it's still in the trial phase to me. I'd like to see a little bit more through some time and some use of how well it works myself.
You're aware that Prominence Point is MPC, right?
Yes, and it's not built out at all yet either. So we have like, it's kind of done. So I mean, it has its pluses and minuses. So we'll see. But you know, we have Patriot Point that still needs to be built like that. We've got Cooperstown that's being built like that. That Cherry Springs, is that what it was? Cherry Springs, that's being built like that. But again, they're still relatively new. So you know, maybe I'm an old timer that's been in North Ogden. I kind of like to see things over a longer period of time.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I think the sensation is, Rob, in answer to maybe your first question, is it looks like the council, in just a straw poll, and correct me wrong, council, is that at this point in time, we're in favor of keeping the zone. I guess the question in my mind is, you know, could we grandfather those in the zone? Could we kind of freeze the MPC and just make the statement we're not going to do anymore while we see the build out to Councilmember Ekstrom's comment? We surely don't want to put anybody in non-compliance. I think, you know, I appreciate Councilman Barker's flexibility, because I remember watching him rub his head about all these amendments that came back to the development agreements associated with that. So I appreciate his flexibility. But so I guess the straw poll would indicate, unless you tell me different, council, that we would maintain the MPC zone. I would just ask if we make the statement at this point in time till we see the others that we're not on the path to approve more. I think the reason we approved the one tonight is Mr. Skadden has been working on this for, I think, numerous years. And it was based upon the fact that we were going to allow that to happen. So the second question I guess I would have for council are, do you see any amendments to the agreement that you want to make, to the zone, excuse me, you'd like to make? Once again, I'm still concerned about 50-foot buildings, but
I think we ought to visit that building height, and I don't know what number we amend it to right off the top of my head, but I think it, excuse me, I think we should be amending that down.
Yeah, I wonder if we should consider, Phil, the fact that maybe we limit it to 3 residential stories, and then we have some variants on roof pitch and stuff. Something of that nature instead of maybe, a kind of a combination of that with footage. But I guess, Rob, and council, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we'd like to come back with some potential amendments, one being height. Is there anything else, council, that you'd like us to think through and come back with some suggestions to Rob? Is there anything else on your minds that we had to look at in the zone?
And Mayor,
Councilman Barker?
I would like the amendment that the parcels have to be at least 5 acres. In there, we can reduce it if we want, but I think that it needs to stay at least 5 acres.
Yeah, one thing I have found is if there's all those leeways in there, somebody might not ask for 50 feet, but if it's in there, why wouldn't somebody ask? Or if it's less than 5 acres, why wouldn't they? So
Right.
2 items to look at is the minimum acreage, no less than 5, building height. Is there anything else? Seeing none, then
Mayor?
council can, Councilman Severing, I'm sorry.
No. It was just a last minute thought. I'm trying to remember, where were we discussing a change about drive-up windows on restaurants? Wasn't that for Village at Prominent Point, or was that somewhere else?
Yes, to answer your question, that's correct. And in that development agreement, it prohibits drive-up windows. So that's in the development agreement, not in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
But we could modify that in the development agreement. Hey, Rob, is there any way, we've been approached by a big development up on the mountain. Is there any way that they could ask for MPC, or because it's already zoned, could they ask for a zone change?
Well, you recall that there's a request that they would like to see us do a similar format, but not to use this specific zone. So they're talking about a master plan residential zone. And we have a draft, but we just haven't had time to look at it.
But could they ask if they wanted to use MPC, or would they qualify?
I don't believe they would.
On what basis? Do you know where they wouldn't qualify?
Well, in the ordinance, it talks about that the location for this MPC zone would be specifically says the proposed parcel shall be located within or adjacent to North Ogden downtown, Southtown, between those nodes along Washington Boulevard.
Okay.
So that's in the ordinance.
So that's the disqualifier then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, council, can you give a thought on those 2 issues, and then we'll get this on the agenda for a future meeting? Does that sound fair, Rob?
You bet. And if I don't know that since we're working with a consultant, we can ask them to incorporate that into land use code. And so it'll just be put in there when we come for adoption for the overall code. These 2 things are really very minor things. So.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Do you have any other questions of the council?
I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on then to item number 12, which I think is a review and discussion on the 2020 land use survey. I believe you're our presenter on that also.
I am. One of the things that we try to do is to monitor what is taking place within the city. And one of the ways to do that is to accomplish a land use survey. And the first one was done in 2014. We actually would like to do them about every 5 years. And it was good that we did it this year because it coincides with the US Census. So once we get that census data, we'll be able to take a look at the relationship between what's taking place within the city as well as other aspects of the development activity that's within our city. So I really hadn't prepared much of a discussion tonight, other than to let you know that this is available. I think there's just a couple of things that are interesting. We have within our annexation boundary declaration, there's about just under 700 acres that's available for annexation into the city. And approximately, we've got another 2,000 acres of land that has the potential for development. So I would suggest that at the current rates and what have you, we're probably going to be another 15, 20 years before we reach build out. And we will keep our eye on things and report on that development activity. We'll actually be doing some of that as part of our annual report. We share some of that information with you on an annual basis as well. So I'll be happy to chat with you anything about it, but it's there for your basic information.
Councilman Swanson, did you have a question for Rob?
Yeah, a very simple one. Rob, can you email this to us as a separate document?
Yes, it's actually on our website, but if you would like a emailed copy, we'll be happy to do that. So
Thank you. It's
yeah,
a good report. I really appreciate the efforts that you put into this. Great information.
Thank you. And one of the things that we try to do is we try to be transparent with the information that we gather. So on the planning department website, there's a little link down there that talks about studies, and that's where people can find it. But we'll get that emailed out to you as council members.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Rob, thank you very much for keeping us updated on that. We'll look forward to you emailing us that document.
You'll get it tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Item number 13 will be led by John Call, our city manager and attorney. He's going to discuss with us tonight an ordinance amending North Ogden City Code for regulating animal control. So, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, this is somewhat piggybacking on the ordinance changes we made a few months back related to traffic and animal ordinances, in that the state code requires us to that certain things are not allowed to be higher than misdemeanors if it's related to an animal. So there's a few cleanups with that. And at the same time, there's a few changes that have been suggested by our animal control office or the court to just clean up and make sure that we're doing right. The first one is here on the first page of the ordinance, where our ordinance currently established some standards for what the certifications our animal control officer has to have. It used to be, based on my understanding, the special function officer was something that the animal control officers were incorporated into in the old state code. That has since been changed. And so what we're recommending is just eliminating these three provisions that instead of requiring them to be some sort of certified peace officer, that they do take an oath of office. They have the authority, but they're not required to have the same level of training that police officers are. So that's change number one. The next changes, and it is a very long ordinance, because sometimes when these get really complicated, it's better to readopt the whole section as opposed to trying to amend the small provisions. And so what we've done is the things that are crossed out are things that are obviously we're not keeping. The things in red are things that are added. And then sometimes you'll see red and crossed out, which is a change in that section. The next item we're talking about is that if someone receives a fee for an animal that hasn't been licensed and they pay for the license within 30 days, the money paid towards that license goes towards satisfaction of the fine. And that's intended to encourage compliance and get people to register their dogs. And that that's historically been something the city has done, but it's never been written in the policy or in the actual ordinance. And so the court recommended we do that. The next change.
Hey, John, can I just ask a question on that one?
Yes.
So basically, it's a get out of jail free card if I get caught. So, if I get caught, I get a benefit of paying my license offset to my fine. That seems a little odd to me.
Yeah.
Why would we do that? It seems like if somebody is, maybe if they register it within 30 days after or something like that, we give them a break. But to give them a break after they get caught, help me understand that a little bit more.
So it's been the policy that if someone is caught, they receive a $50 fine. And then if they come in and register the animal, then the registration fee, which is $15, or $5 to $15, depending on the type of animal and whether it's been fixed, chipped, and things like that. Then a portion of that would go towards the registration and a portion towards the fine. So 15 to the registration, 35 to the fine. What was the scenario you were saying that you said?
Well, the scenario is, I think you said that it encourages compliance. So what's happened is they get the fine because we discover their dog wasn't registered, right?
Right.
So then we give them a reward for registering. I mean, once they're caught, they've got to register anyway, right?
Correct.
So I'm just confused on what the incentive is to comply. It seems like we're almost giving them a incentive not to comply. As well, if I get caught, so be it. But then I still get my $15 or $10 or $5 as if I'd registered the dog. I mean, it's not a lot of money. I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Mayor?
Yes.
Current
dog owner, Barker.
I kind of look at it like a fix-it ticket. You can drive with the brake light out for as long as you want, but as soon as you get caught, you get a ticket and you get so long to fix it. Once it's fixed, then you don't pay the ticket. So maybe that's how I interpret it. You can have an unregistered dog, but as soon as you get caught and you're paying the ticket, then it's now going to be registered as well.
Yeah, I guess you just take the chance on if you get a fix-it ticket or a regular ticket, right? When you're driving that way.
I might be wrong.
I don't know. Maybe me, you, and Phil ought to claim a conflict of interest here since we all have dogs.
I think we're all out then. Or Cheryl might be the only one to vote.
And if the council doesn't want to continue forward with this policy, I don't think staff has a strong opinion. We just had been given direction by the council in the past that this is the way to do it. And so we were trying to make it clear that that the exception or the modification was approved by the council, just as a clarification for us as well. Yep. So
that's fine. I was just trying to understand the reasoning, whatever the council wants to do.
And in a way, they are still paying a fine. It's a reduced fine, but they get the reduced fine after they register their dog. So they're still paying $50 one way or the other.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is if you get a speeding ticket, but you come in and pay it within 30 days, I'd like to get a reduction. Can we go that way?
Well, if you get a speeding ticket and you then stop speeding, you won't get any more tickets.
Yeah, of course. That's the key. All right, let's continue on, John. Sorry.
No, you're good. Then the next one, the next change is the biggest change in this ordinance, and it ties back to the discussion we had about requiring a permit for breeding animals. The major change in the ordinance, or the one that the council really needs to focus on, is this first language that says, if you're operating one of these type of animal related businesses, you have to comply with the zoning ordinance and business license provisions. so that's kind of the catch-all. And the reason that language is there is because then we've eliminated sections 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then sections G, H, I, J, K, L, all the way to Z. I mean, there's not really all the way to Z, and that's because these provisions that are in G through L are provisions that really are more of a zoning ordinance and covered under the zoning ordinance than an animal control ordinance. I think the one we talked about last time was G, G, animal boarding estate. Oh, no, that's not the right one. Anyways, it was the one related to breeding animals.
Right.
And so we just, based on the recommendation from the council to eliminate that, we looked at all of these and decided things like kennels are covered under the zoning ordinance, pet shops are. There are some provisions that were left in just to make it clear that the animal control officer has some power over those type of businesses for health and safety reasons. But the penalties under those would typically fall under city cruelty to animal statutes or state statutes, depending on the severity of it. So that's the next section, is kind of this big deletion. And then it does also, we added this section that talks about exemptions, which is exemptions to the business license provisions. And it's saying that if someone has 3 or more litters of offspring, they have to get a kennel permit. If they have less than 3 litters of offspring for their animals, then they don't have to. So the idea being, if someone has a dog and that dog happens to get pregnant, that they're not under our ordinance being required to get kennel licenses or anything like that. Because the way it read before, as you were made aware last time, it made it seem like they should get a breeding permit. So we wanted to make that clear. And then the changes then go to when we're talking about if there's a review, the review is done by the administrative hearing officer as opposed to the city council. Just to be consistent with our other code enforcement provisions where we rely on a hearing officer instead of the judge or the council to hear those cases. In my opinion, it's better for the residents because they get someone who understands the procedures of evidence presentation and all that kind of stuff, as well as it doesn't force the council into a situation where they have to review something their neighbor or their friend might be doing. And currently our ALJ for these type of code issues is our city prosecutor. So he has a lot of courtroom experience in that. And then the last change ties to that same concept, which is when we're abating an animal. It's the same process. It goes to the administrative law judge because it's a civil abatement, not a criminal abatement. And if it was criminal, our justice court could do it, or if it was a felony type thing, our other court, the higher courts could do it. But because it's a civil abatement, meaning it's not a crime, the judge can't do it based on direction he's been given by the state to keep his certification as a judge. And we used to have the justice court, or we currently do have the justice court as that person. And so it's just cleaning up this portion of the ordinance 617 to say it's the administrative law judge, not the justice court. And those are the changes. Any questions?
Any questions, council? Okay, John, I think we need to, any further discussion on this before we seek a motion? This would be ordinance 2021-03, which would be the ordinance amending the North Ogden Code for related animal control. If there's no further discussion, do we have a motion to amend the ordinance as presented by Mr. Call?
Mayor,
Councilman Barker.
I make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2021-03, an ordinance regulating the animal control ordinances.
Thank you, Councilman Barker. Do we have a second to Councilman Barker's motion?
I'll second it.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second. I think Councilman Swanson was first. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, this being an ordinance, we'll take a roll call vote. Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Severing,
Yes.
Councilman Barker,
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Ekstrom.
Yes.
All right, the ordinance passes unanimously. John, it looks like you have another discussion regarding action consider amending our North Ogden City Code for traffic violations and penalties. This was where I perk up.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a one-page ordinance, or I guess technically two if you count the signatures. But this is, again, tied to penalties that the state has, I don't want to say decriminalized, because an infraction is still a criminal offense. It's just not as severe as a misdemeanor. This is if you get a citation for a safe and proper lookout, it would now be an infraction or a driving to the right violation, which means that you're supposed to stay in your lane. The safe and proper lookout, typically that most commonly comes up if there's a vehicular accident. Then the person that they think who is at fault typically gets a safe and proper lookout violation in addition to others. This just brings it in our ordinance into compliance with the state's current position on moving violations, as opposed to there are several provisions that are still misdemeanors and up, but they are the more severe type infractions or citations, as opposed to these that are not intended to necessarily penalize somebody for minor things. So it's just those two changes in 721 and 722.
All right, thank you, John. Do we have any questions from council? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve ordinance 2021-4, which would be amending the city code for traffic violation and penalties. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
that we adopt ordinance 2021-4 for regulating traffic ordinances.
Okay, Council Member Ekstrom has made a motion to approve ordinance 2020-04. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have, I think, Councilman Severing beat you to the punch on that, Council Member Stoker. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion from the council this evening? Seeing none, we'll go with another roll call vote. Council Member Ekstrom?
Yes.
Council Member Stoker?
Yes.
Council Member Barker?
Yes.
Council Member Severing?
Yes.
And Council Member Swanson?
Yes.
Okay, amendment passes unanimously. We'll now go to item number 15, which is a discussion on conducting a resident survey on a public safety building and other items as needed. I think Councilman Swanson, you asked to have that put on the agenda this evening.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. Council, if you remember back over the last year or two, we've had a conversation about employing Y2 Analytics to do various surveys or surveying of our residents on critical issues so that we have something other than anecdote to determine what our citizens are feeling about a critical issue. I think the time has come for us to employ those folks. We'd have to do a new RFP. Last time the cost was going to be 13,500. But I think in connection with the public safety building and bonding, I think we need to a 13,500, maybe $15,000 expenditure in order to get a scientifically valid, reliable look at how the residents are feeling about a bond would be to our advantage as a city, rather than trying to sort out which group is loudest and who can pack a meeting and who can't, and those kinds of things. We need to have something other than your the typical clamor that comes around these kinds of issues to guide us in the direction that we go. So I'm recommending that we send out the RFP. I think it's Y2 Analytics and John. I think there's a couple of other groups that may bid. And then we come back and we, as quickly as we can, we get a good survey out and find out how our residents are feeling.
Okay, any questions of Councilman Swanson? You know, I guess my feeling is we need to be committed to listening what the citizens say in that survey.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit different approach than we talked about last week. But as long as we are committed to transparency, I think we are all very interested in allowing citizen input to do that. I just want to make sure that we're committed to listening to what the citizens have to say, because if not, we just put 13,000 or 15,000 down the toilet. So I've always believed in getting a correct input from citizens, and as much as we can get. I think Councilman Swanson's point is, you know, it has to be statistically reliable. This is a substantial issue in the city. I think the public safety building. So that's all I'd be looking for, is to make sure we're committed to, if we get back results that says, no, we don't want a public safety building, we've got to have the courage to follow that.
You know, Mayor, can I make a comment?
Always, Councilman Severy.
You know, Phil and I have, Councilman Swanson and I agreed on the idea of getting surveys on some issues. For this one, I don't think there is a group that's going to oppose this. I mean, this is significantly different from, you know, the gondola. I'm not sure if this one really, in my opinion, and I could be swayed a little bit differently, I'm not sure if this one really needs the extra $13,000, $14,000 spent to get an opinion on this one. It seems like the majority of people that we spoke to have been very, very positive about this. So that's just my feeling. But like I say, I could be convinced otherwise.
Blake, my thinking is this. I think you're correct in the overall discussion of, do we need a new public safety building? Where I think we're going to see loud pushback, I'll put it that way, is in bonding. There are a number of people who have expressed to me, yes, we need the building, but we don't need to bond for it. And it's the bonding question that I think we need to get as clear and scientifically reliable answer that we possibly can.
Hey, Councilman Swanson, I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it would seem like to me, if people want the building, but they don't want a bond, because you know what, as I've looked at the city finances, we don't, in fact, I made a call to a previous council member to ask how they rounded up all this money to pay for the public works building. It was kind of a mystery, apparently, but as I've looked at the city finances, I'm not seeing a lot of money laying around that's not committed, particularly on a potential expenditure that we're talking about. So it would seem like to me, I don't know how you can be in favor of the building, but not in favor of bonding, because that's the only way that this building is going to happen. The real question is, are you willing to pay more property taxes? And if so, how much?
I agree with you 100%, Mayor. It doesn't make sense, that rational sense, that you would be for something but unwilling to pay for it. But the reality is, in North Ogden, using debt, and that's what bonding is, to pay for something is, boy, it's almost an excommunicable offense.
I hear you.
And so,
of course, how many people don't have debt on their house, I guess? They're versed.
And we can, there are plenty of examples where all of us have debt. None of that ever seems to play in when we start talking about a bond. And I just, the public safety building is something that we have got to do. I mean, if we feel like the residents overall are in favor of a public safety building, then I don't think it's necessary to do a general obligation bond and give them a vote. If we're that confident that they want it, and if they want it, they should pay for it, then we do a revenue bond and we simply do it, and we move the time frame up almost a year and we get things moving forward. But with the, I keep hearing both ends. They want it, I'm sure they'll pay for it, but we want them to have a say. What I'm saying is, let's get a scientifically valid way of finding out what the residents as a whole feel like. And
I agree, Councilman Swanson. I'm always open for input from the citizens. It's their money we're actually spending.
Right. Well,
but I just don't want them to come back and say, no, I'm not willing to pay for it, and then we do a revenue bond. I mean, that would be total disastrous, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree. I agree with you.
So I think, and the plan is, I think there's two aspects, Phil, and correct me if I'm wrong here. There's the aspect of having any debt, but debt might not be bad if we don't have to raise the property taxes significantly to do it, right? That would make probably a whole bunch of difference if we could figure a way based upon revenue flows and expenses and where we're at in the capital project fund. That would probably make a whole world of difference in their response. But back to the philosophy here, I agree that hearing from the citizens is extremely important. I just want to make sure that we are committed, that we haven't really made up our minds and then we're waiting for the citizens to confirm what we've made our minds up to be, because it could be totally different.
It could be.
So thanks. I think philosophically, you've stated your opinion. Let's go to Council Member Ekstrom. I see she's unmuted. Phil, do you have anything else? I didn't mean to cut you off. Charlotte, Council Member Ekstrom.
It sounds to me like maybe we don't need to spend so much on a survey as much as we need to just really get the word out about what bonding is and why we're doing it, and kind of more of an educational thing as opposed to, look, we've got to do this. And so the more they understand it, the more it's going to be like, yeah, I don't like it, but okay, go ahead. To me, I'm kind of with you, Mayor. I think if we ask them and they say no, we've kind of backed ourselves into a corner, because this building has just got to be built. It's like, if we want to maintain North Ogden or North Ogden's identity as a safe and wonderful place to live, it has to be invested in. So, and to me, the public safety building is a top priority of investment. And there's such a thing as detrimental frugality. And, we've got some citizens that, they're like, no, don't spend money, period. Even, it's kind of like the driving on bald tires analogy. It's like, it's not a good idea. You're going to end up with something worse. So is there some way we can do it without doing a survey? I mean, I really want to do a survey, but I don't know necessarily if I want to do it for the public safety building, because I think we just need to say, we got to do this.
Well,
So I would like to have the education between a general obligation bond and a revenue bond, and really have everybody understand the difference between those, and why we might choose one over the other. So that's just kind of my 2 cents.
And John has done that, but let me just kind of clarify something in regards to your comment, council member. Ultimately, as you know, I've been fairly firm on a general obligation bond to let the citizens vote on that. So that's the ultimate approval or disapproval. Right now, I know there's conversation. Do we do that, or do we go with a revenue bond? I think to Councilman Swanson's point, if we do a statistical relevant sample and it comes back and it says, yes, we want this building. Yes, we will pay for it. Yes, we are willing to increase our property taxes X amount. You've got your answer. You go with the revenue bond. But ultimately, the citizens speak with their vote, right? If they vote no for a general obligation bond, then they've killed the project, right? So it's just the question, when do you want to find out what the citizens want? Do you want to wait until you put it on the ballot, or do you want to find out in advance? And then you have a decision at that point in time. You don't have to debate a revenue bond versus a general obligation bond too long, because in essence, the citizens have said, get this done, get it done quickly, and yes, we're willing to take a property tax increase. Does that make any sense?
Yes,
It does, Mayor. The one thing that I would add to that is that in any issue, whether it's a bond, it's whatever it is, any time that you have an issue that will be hotly contested, almost without fail, it is those in opposition who are the most engaged, who are the most energetic, and typically rule the day when the vote comes. That doesn't mean that they represent the populace. It does mean that they are the most engaged and they get the most people to the polls. We're talking about a public safety building that affects 21,000 people.
Ultimately,
and I think
40.
we need to, what's that? Well, 40,000, you're right. Yeah, 40 down the road. We need to find out what the pulse is with as little emotion as possible. Taking the emotion from those that are hotly for it out, taking the emotion of those that are vehemently against bonding out. We take the emotion out, we take the subjective piece out, and we get a scientifically valid look at what our citizens are saying. Because whether it's the survey where the residents said, okay, we don't want this, we're not going to pay for it, or it's the vote in November that says, we don't want this, we're not going to pay for it, we end up in the same place. Either we have a clear answer, yes or no, or we have a 50-50 where then we really have to, try to decide on our own. But either way, we're going to be in a position where we know what the residents think. I prefer a method, regardless of the way it goes, that takes as much subjective emotion out of it as possible.
And, I think that's the thing we have to be careful with too, is because generally the people that respond to surveys are the people that are passionately engaged one way or the other. So we'd have to make sure that we get a statistically relevant sample, because as you know, a lot of people get surveyed out, or the only ones that really engage are those who have strong opinions. So,
right.
Okay, we've
Yeah,
Any-
that's one of the things that I'm concerned about. I think there is a large contingency of our population here in North Ogden that just wants to, it's like, I like you, I've elected you, take care of it. Make sure that I have a nice place to live, you know? And so I think there's a lot of people like that in our city. And, you know, I don't know that they necessarily all vote or they feel one way or the other. But you know, I want to take that responsibility of making sure North Ogden stays a really lovely place to live, you know, that I was elected to do that, to represent them.
I think Phil gave some comments on that very issue, Councilmember Ekstrom, that you just mentioned last week in our work session. So great comments, both. Let's go to Councilmember Stoker, see what her feelings are.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sat here and listened to the comments, and I'm not disagreeing with anything that's been said, but I do agree that there is a risk in this. But also on the other side of this, if it comes down to no, they don't want to pay for it, which I'm sure everybody knows it is greatly needed. The other side of that coin is with the things that are happening around us and in our city and the build out and everything that comes with that. What are we going to do when the day comes and something happens, whether it's a citizen, our police officers, or the staff, that there is somebody loses their life over? Then who's going to take that responsibility of, because we didn't want to pay something? And how are you going to face, I mean, and yes, it's probably, I'm doing a little emotional blackmail here, but that is the other side of that coin. It's usually not if, it's when. And
Well,
I think we have to be aware of that also.
Yeah, I think we just saw, I can't remember where it happened. Somebody probably would, but there was a skirmish inside the foyer of a police building just recently because it wasn't secure. And, you know, Cheryl, your point's well taken. Phil and myself went down and toured the building again with Representative Wilcox, and then we went out again to the facility out in Kaysville. And one thing that I hadn't really thought about, and Laura Barker gave an excellent presentation. I want to commend her, but you know, I'm not sure that we've recognized the liability we have in addition to what you just mentioned, but liability about confidentiality, liability about messing up potential cases before the judge because we don't have any confidentiality. You've got people in there wanting a police report right next to somebody that's buying a dog license. And, you know, I'm just wondering as a city if we've really recognized the liability we have in addition to the things you mentioned. It all of a sudden just struck me, you know, there's in addition to the safety, and that's the number one thing I've talked about, is the safety of our officers and the safety of our citizens. But that really struck me, in addition to the things you mentioned, the other liabilities we have. We may find out that one day we get sued over that too. So thank you, Council Member Stoker. Council Member Barker, and what are your thoughts?
Listening tonight, I agree with Councilman Swanson. I think survey would be a great idea. I remember when Y2 Analytics came and presented, they could prove all the scientific data that what they're doing works, and it's all above my pay grade is all I know, but it works. And they get it to all the demographics of our population, not just a few people. And I also agree that yes, bonding's not good, but the city bonded to build the fire station back when the fire district was part of the city. I'm in favor of bonding for public safety. There's no way the city's going to get enough money saved up, and there's laws actually to prevent us from saving so much money that I don't know what other option you have. So if we need a building, then we've got to bond and do it.
Well, let's see, have we, Councilmember Severing, you had your chance for input, didn't you? you have any further questions? I think we've covered everyone here.
I'm a little confused though with what Councilman Barker just said. So he's agreeing, Ryan, are you agreeing with the survey? And also supporting the bond for the public safety building? I'm kind of confused.
Yes and yes. I agree with the survey, and I don't know if we all remember what happened in the last election in Weber County with the town out west that wanted to be incorporated. If you get the naysayers on one side and it can kill the whole project, and then another group of naysayers get all upset and they kill another project, and now we're back to where we're at. I mean, nothing changed out there.
I think it only took one person to object, didn't it, to
Yep.
that annexation?
Yep. Yeah, it only took one person ultimately, and nothing changed. And that's what can happen in any election. Is it's like Councilman Swanson said, you get people that are either for or against, and it's usually the ones that are against that make the most noise, and they can sway an election.
Wonder if we were to
sway
do
a bond.
this. Wonder
Mayor,
if we were to interview Y2, and I think Qualtrics is really known for their ability to survey and get statistical and projections. I think it comes down to, we better ask the right questions, because the survey is all about asking the right questions so you get an independent answer. Once again, I am all for hearing what our citizens have to say. We have tried open houses, we've tried market, and we will continue to do that. But we had 30 people, I think, out of 6,000 households. We probably had 15 or 17 households come down and look at the facility. So as much as we're trying to get this out in the public, I planned on writing my article in the Connection about the building. We're not finding much success. So let me just straw poll the group once again.
Mayor, before you do that, can I make one other comment?
Yes, sir.
Going back to the comments that I made last week about us having been elected to make hard decisions and to do things, I think in a way we will be abdicating our responsibility. It seems clear across the board with this council that there is no question that a new public safety building is needed. No question. And there's only one way to pay for it, and that is to bond. If we are that sure as a council and that confident and resolved that a new public safety building is needed, then why are we messing around? If we are 100% confident that that building is needed, and that we as a council will go through and limit that building to only the things that are needed, we're not going to have, the Taj Mahal of public safety buildings. And we're that confident, and we were elected to make these decisions, then why aren't we just saying we're going to do a revenue bond, we're going to move forward, and we move forward? The citizens always have the opportunity, if they want to, because it's a legislative item, they can start a petition as they did with the Public Works facility. And if they garner enough support, then they could force it onto the ballot. But this is what we were elected to do. I'm 100% confident that we need this building. I'm 100% confident that we will do a building that is appropriate and not outlandish and over the top. With that, I'm 100% confident that my elected responsibility is to say, we're going to bond for this thing and we're going to go do it. And then the citizens can respond if they so choose. But that's what we are elected to do. So that's where I am. If everybody is feeling as confident as seems to have been expressed tonight from the mayor through all 5 of us council members, then I say in the next month or whatever the timing is, we move forward with a revenue bond, we do it, and then if the citizens decide to fight it, they have the right to do that. That's my feeling. And I know that I'm going to get hate mail like you can't believe because of it. But that's how I feel about this. I feel very strongly.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Sounds like what we need to do is you as the council obviously have the final decision. I've always said I support the building, which I do. It's a need, it's not a want. I've just been concerned the whole time about the fact that we do send a pretty strong message. It's the biggest expenditure the city's probably ever made at one time, and probably will make for a number of years going forward. And but you know, it's the council's choice. So maybe what we ought to do is give some thought to what Councilman Swanson said, each one of the council members, and make the determination if that's what you want to do as a council. I think there's the two issues. One, I don't think anyone is not saying we need to get this done. It's just how we get it done. And so let's give that some thought. And if that's the case, you know, we probably shouldn't defer that if that's the council's desire. So let's
Mayor?
Yes, Council Member Stoker.
Isn't there some of more of these facts be gone through next on our work session in February?
In what regard?
Well, like we would go through the line items on what is absolutely essential in the new building, and also Zion's report on the bonding, the interest and what that would mean to taxes and such. Aren't we going to have a work session on that?
Once again, if I'm hearing Councilman Swanson correctly, basically he's saying that we will make sure that we build what we need and no more. It won't be a Taj Mahal. But I'm not sure I'm hearing that, you know, and I've seen the revenue bond versus the general obligation bond. There's very little difference financially, frankly. It looks like based upon what we know now, we don't have a total cost, so we don't even know how much to bond for at this point in time. But based upon the assumptions that John gave him, which I think was a $10 million bond with proceeds of about 9.1 million, John, as I recall.
Yes.
The payment's about $600,000 a year. So if I'm hearing correctly, it doesn't really matter what the payment's going to be, because the council will comb through that and make sure that it's only what's needed. So basically with a revenue bond, you kind of back into that. You say, here's the cost of the building that we've approved. We know what the interest rates are. Here's the amount of the payment. And then you figure out how to pay for it. If it's totally looking at the budget and knowing we have some excess revenues over expenditures, and we'll utilize that and combine it with the tax increase. Or, you know, the council has the right to have it all paid for with a tax increase. So I think you're right. The council and as you know, we had a meeting on Monday that we need to update the council on in regards to costs and things that we probably don't need now, and et cetera. But if we have the confidence that the council is going to do that, then it just comes down to the fact we get a revenue bond and the citizens pay for it. I mean, that's the hard, cold facts and of the situation. And it's pretty easy to calculate if we don't come up with some money to put down, or we don't utilize some of the excess revenues or expenditures. Now, it's pretty easy to tell the citizens what will happen to taxes. That's not difficult, but that's kind of how I see it. And, you know, that's, as Phil said, the council has the right to do that. And
Mayor, I think beyond a right, I think we have a responsibility to do that. In this particular instance, this isn't a wish list item. This isn't something that would be nice to have. We have to have it. And if, again, as I said a minute ago, if the entire council feels that this is something we have to have, the question I have is, why are we toying around with solutions, possible solutions that give us a 50-50 chance of it not happening?
So if I hear you correctly, there's no need to discuss a survey.
Exactly. I mean, ultimately, that is where we are, whether it's a survey or it's having it on the ballot. If we have, as a council, and including you, Mayor, even though you don't have a vote, your voice and your opinion is very valuable, is if we are sure that this is necessary and we have the confidence that we as a council and you, Mayor, can whittle this thing to where we are meeting the needs, allowing for growth and providing for growth in the future, when interest rates will likely be higher, when construction costs will be higher, materials costs will be higher. If we can do that now, then why aren't we doing it?
Once again, let me respond a little bit to that. Once again, knowing I'm in favor of the building.
Sure.
You can't project interest rates, but the Fed's saying they're not seeing any rate adjustments till 2024. Actually, we're starting to see commercial construction costs come down because of the lack of demand for commercial construction. So I'm not sure those things are the play. And I've always looked at it this way, is we have a responsibility to do all we can to inform the public, market this, and help them understand so that they do vote yes. With a revenue bond, all that goes out the window, right? We don't need to do that. We should probably, just because we respect our citizens. But, you know, I just want to point out, once the decision is made for a revenue bond, there's probably no use of taking those additional steps. So I think everyone's expressed their opinion. I think there's some pros and cons of the discussion tonight. This is something that I would like the council to give some consideration with, and we'll put this on as an agenda item on our next council meeting. But I think this warrants some deep thought and consideration, and with all the points that have been brought up tonight. So does that sound fair? That we,
Mayor, did you,
yes, Councilman Severing.
did you say that there was some additional information that should be brought before the council? Did I hear you say something about a meeting on Monday?
You know, we did have a meeting with, I think, Council Member Stoker and Council Member Swanson were there. We talked about trying to outline the steps so we could get this thing moving along. I will tell you that as we visited the Kaysville building, Councilman Swanson and myself, some of the things that they put in the building, they never use. And we found out, I think, some pretty information on things that, you know, are nice to have, but they don't use them. We talked in depth, I think, about.
So this was
I think we might have lost you, Blake.
oh, I'm sorry, I probably interrupted you. Can you hear me?
Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, was this the meeting where you made the comment about needing to ask some difficult questions? Because my biggest, I'm all about two things, and everybody on the council knows I'm all about talking to the citizens. That's a priority to me, to be transparent. I'm all about, number two, I'm all about this public safety building. My only biggest hesitation was, and Phil said it very, very well, the citizens of North Ogden have issues about bonding, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that the hard questions are asked, and that we, as you started to say, and I may have cut you off and I apologize, but I want to hear some of the things that after your tour of the building in Kaysville, you guys said, well, you know what, we don't need this and we don't need this. I guess my point is, I just want to get to a point where we've got a total cost as best we can for this public safety building.
And that's the key is, you know, it's kind of circular, right? And I'm going to let Councilman Swanson respond to the questions that were asked, some of the tough questions that were asked. That meeting was recorded and we're making it available to anybody that wants to see it under our full transparency situation. But once again, I think there's no question that if we want this building, we're going to have to incur some debt. It's just how we incur the debt, what type of debt we incur. But Councilman Swanson, do you want to just update the council on the discussion we had with Judge Lambert and Laura about the court, about the outbuilding for, storage of potential evidence like cars, the holding cells, some of those things? Do you want to go ahead and update that, please?
Sure. When Mayor and I and Representative Wilcox, and the reason that we did this is Representative Wilcox in his re-election and part of his assignments, excuse me, at the state legislature is that he's over the committee for public safety. So he has an interest in public safety for our community, but also for his entire district, which we are a part of. And so he wanted to see a tour of our building. And then I suggested that we look at one of the newer buildings to get an idea of some of the deficiencies, not discrepancies, deficiencies that we have in our building. So we toured our building. And then in touring Gaysville building, like Mayor Berube, we were both struck by a number of things. Having a second view at that building allowed me and I believe the mayor to look at it with different eyes, because we weren't being wowed by the grandeur. It's a beautiful building. It's new construction. It smells good. All the wow factors that come with a new modern building like that. Those didn't have the impact they did on the first visit. And so I was able to look at things from a clearer view, I believe. One of the things that Lieutenant McKinnon, who gave the tour, showed to us again was the holding cells. If for those that were on the tour previously, you remember there were 2 holding cells, and that's all they are, is holding cells. He said that they never used them. The chief had determined that there was too much liability in holding suspects, that anybody that needs to be held is immediately transferred. Once they're processed through the Kaysville station, they're immediately transferred down to Davis County Jail for holding. And so that doesn't occur. And that's a sizable expense that we won't have to incur learning from their lessons. Mayor, what else was it? Dang it. I had the other one just in my head, but there was another one.
The outbuilding? About what they have stored in the outbuilding, which is about a $500,000 plus expense.
Yeah, there's a $500,000 outbuilding that we have to discuss whether or not that's something that we need to do. And I emphasize need at the very beginning, that it can be done down the road where vehicles can be held for evidentiary reasons, for going through and processing a vehicle that's been involved in whether it's a severe, a deadly accident or a robbery or, any of those kinds of things. They use their building infrequently enough that other agencies are allowed to use the building to hold a vehicle that they need to go through and to process for evidence and those kinds of things. They have some large storage items in there, like bicycles. They also have their canine kennel back in there. And obviously we'd be providing for our canine a lovely kennel that, has maybe a disco ball in the middle to keep it entertained at night when it's not out with the officers. Kidding. But, in those 2 items alone, we're probably looking at, I'm guessing, $750,000 to maybe a little bit more in savings. When I spoke with Chief Quinney about having a holding cell, what we discovered is that we had a language barrier. To Chief Quinney, a hard interrogation room, which is basically a stark concrete painted white room that has places that you can to which you can attach the shackles and the handcuffs so that the suspect is secured. That, to Chief Quinney, in his definition, is a holding cell or a holding room. And he agreed we did not need the holding cells. So that's something that can go. Chief feels a little differently on the outbuilding, but I'm leaning towards, I don't know that we necessarily need that right at the very beginning. And so there are things like this that Mayor and I saw as we went through with Representative Wilcox that are definitely things that we can go through the line items and say, we don't need that. That's not necessary. One of the questions that I had and that was echoed by Mayor that we both were thinking at the same time while we were there is, does the foyer need to be as large as Kaysville's foyer? It's a very grand entrance. It's I don't know how many, Mayor, how many feet wide would you say that thing is? 20, 25 feet wide?
And length is probably 40 or 50 feet, isn't it?
At least, and it's, it's got a good 20 to 25 foot ceiling in it. So it's a beautiful grand entrance, but do we need that to provide public safety? Kim, I think there's a less expensive way to provide that foyer, that entrance, so that we have separation from the police and the court side. We meet all of the court's needs, safety for Judge Lambert. Yeah, I could go on and on and on, but essentially there was, and we could set up more interviews, more tours. If any of you want to go down there, Chief Oberg down there is more than happy to take us through, anybody through, and let us see that again.
Phil, can I add a little color here too?
Sure.
In regards to tough questions that are being asked, and we did survive asking this question, just barely. We asked the question: do we need our own court? Could we do a regional court? And Judge Lambert gave us some very pertinent information. The chances of that happening with the way courts are structured now, as I understood it, was between 0 and -0. That we would have a regional court because, we think the court building and the training area is probably $1.5 million, $2 million expenditure. So we were looking at it to say, well, wait a minute, could we have a regional court like with Pleasant View, us, and Harrisville? It sounds quite simple, but when Judge Lambert explained it, I concluded that, and he's very, very knowledgeable. He's sat on the Judiciary Committee, and this has been researched by our people, by Laura and the judge. The chances of that seemed like nil to -0, like I say. The other question that was asked, and Chief Quinney is updating on this, the other question was asked, do we have our own police force, or do we go to a kind of a unified police force thing? And I can tell you there's been a lot of data gathered on that would indicate that's probably not the case. And I can tell you that Councilman Swanson has been doing some research. He's talked to the sheriff. There's other cities, we don't need to invent the wheel here. But, serving our citizens at the right cost and having a response time and all those things are considered. And we're getting data on that. So when you talk about tough questions being asked, I think those are the type of things that we've been asking is, do we, and I don't want to alarm any of our police officers because I can tell you the initial data we've seen on that would not lead one to go that direction. But as we discuss this, what we want to do is do our due diligence and get the facts so that we have looked at all alternatives before we make this decision. So Councilman Severing, those are the type of questions, and we sat down with the chief. We talked to him about these things that Councilman Swanson indicated. Do we need this outbuilding? Do we need to spend $500,000? Do we need these holding cells? So all the council is going to get, I think, if you haven't already got it, The proposal, the chief has put together the things he's asked for, the increase in square footage versus what we have now, the things we don't have that we need. The Sally Port, in my opinion, Councilman Swanson's a must with what's
Absolutely.
what's going on today with crime, etc. But we will send out, John, can you make sure that every council member, and this is posted along with the video of the that was done by the officers about the building. Will you also make sure that this meeting we had that was recorded is sent to the council and posted in conjunction with our spirit of transparency? But those are the type of questions we're asking. You will be receiving this information out from the chief, and we need you to ask the tough questions as you see it also.
Can I
Mayor,
say,
if I could
Mayor?
add just very quickly, I'll be sending out by the end of the week, the sheriff was very generous in giving me some really detailed information on the cities that the sheriff's office covers, their costs per resident, costs per call, those kinds of things. And I'm comparing that with the numbers, the cost of our department and the number of calls that we respond to, so that you can see an actual comparison of what other communities get from a more unified solution like the sheriff's department versus what we are able to do with our own department. And I'll just tell you, it's very favorable for what we do. We are a very cost-effective means of providing public safety for our residents. It's very good.
Yeah, and Phil, I think those are good statistics, but I think what I've seen is the kind of response and the timely response that our citizens demand does not necessarily, it'd take a whole change in the paradigm of our residents because, we're short-staffed right now, but our response time, it's not the best in the world, but I don't think we can afford any degradation from where we're at. And our citizens kind of have a high expectation. And, I've always felt good customer service is not only meeting, but exceeding expectations. So,
Mayor?
Councilmember Stoker, please.
Is part of that going back to what Judge Lambert said, and to clarify why it would be very difficult and probably not even would it even happen, is that they have 28 pages that they have to go through line by line to get a regional court approved. And he says, and that doesn't happen because then you have to decide what are you going to do with your clerks. Your clerks can't go be court clerks because that's a conflict of interest. And there's just a whole bunch of things that that just don't work out. But to go through 28 pages, that's a lot, line by line.
And he's seen very few approvals of that granted based upon the judiciary system. But I can just tell you that if our citizens really saw what goes on to that court and the exposure there, I'm just telling you, they'd be embarrassed to be a citizen of North Ogden. I mean, the risk we put the judge at, the risk we put our, we've got defendants out there mixing with people that are coming in to get their dog license. We have a metal detector. That's not the proper term, but once somebody opens that door, the metal detector is irrelevant because they're there. They are there. They don't have to do anything else. So those are the type of things. And John, would you make sure that that's posted? We made the commitment to all of our council members that we would be transparent, and I think the citizens also may be interested in that. John Call, are you there?
Yes, I will post it.
Okay, thank you.
and Mayor, can I just say one last thing?
You betcha.
And I'm sorry to prolong, but I think what you and Phil are saying, I believe, I could be wrong, so I hope the citizens email me or call me about this particular issue. but North Ogden citizens just want to make sure that, I don't think North Ogden citizens have a problem with a bond per se. They just want to make sure that it's not extreme, that we're vetting a building, we're paring it down. It's not the Taj Mahal, but it's manageable, it's workable, it lasts into the 10, 20, 30, 40 years. I think if it's reasonably presented, it's reasonably understood. And I think that's the onus that we have, is to say, look, we pared down this building, but it'll meet our needs, it'll protect people, and here's the bond. I think the citizens of North Ogden are reasonable. I think it's kind of hard to compare the Public Works building because it was just presented in two different ways. And one just seemed like this extreme building, and one was kind of pared down and it worked. But
Well, I think, Blake,
citizens email me.
yeah, your point is well taken, and we deserve to tell the citizens how much we're going to bond for, I think, at least. And that's going to take some time to get there. But we also plan on still doing a frequently asked questions. And some of those are, what does bonding mean? What would be the ramifications? The problem we've got here is, what does pared down mean, right? In some citizens' mind, pared down might mean $3 million. Nothing's going to happen for $3 million. We're going to do the best we can to get these costs down. We're conservative and we have the fiduciary responsibility, but it all comes down to what's pared down. Is 9 million pared down in their minds? That's the problem we face. But I think we all have that desire, as you've stated, to make sure we're not building a Taj Mahal. And I don't think the chief's requested that. He's been pretty good about assessing needs, but he views it from one point, and we need to make sure we're viewing it from another. So good comment. And I'm sure you won't have to encourage people to email you, Blake. I think once the discussion hits social media, we won't have to beg them to email us. They'll probably be doing it, and rightfully so. We want to hear from them. So, Councilman Barker, you're looking pretty bored. You want to move on now?
I'm enjoying the conversation, but yes, let's move on.
Yes. So the assignment is, folks, to think about the proposal that was made by Councilman Swanson, and let's get that on the agenda for further discussion. And that is, does the council want to move forward with a revenue bond? So we'll get that on the agenda for an upcoming meeting. All right. Do we have any, I think we'll go to public comments, and then we'll have some updates. My fault on leaving this off the agenda for council member reports. I know there's some people that have some things to report. So John, do we have any public comments?
We do. First is Susan Clemens.
Okay. Susan, would you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, Susan Clements, 668 East, 3125 North. Thank you for this wonderful conversation on the public service court building. I think we've made some progress.
I hope so.
And I was very pleased as I was looking through the YouTube channels, and up popped a virtual tour of the current public service building. And I guess it was just released today, because it was just about 4 or 5 hours ago. I encourage all of you to share on Facebook, or share however you can share. I was enlightened by what that building is like, and I appreciate whoever put that together. That was great. And again, thanks for the conversation on that building. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
That was my formal request, that I mute myself so we could get this meeting over. John, do we have anyone else?
We do. Brenda Ashdown.
All right, let's hear from Brenda.
Brenda Ashdown, 193 East Pleasant View Drive. Gosh, I hate to be the one that comments at every one of these meetings, and I'm going to talk really fast because I have a lot of comments for tonight. I appreciate the conversation on the safety building immensely. I think the difference in this conversation and the conversation on the city shop is that this council is willing to look at it. They're willing to look at what is truly needed in the building, not just an open bond for a certain $10 million and then, but it only takes 6 million, but we want a bond for 10 million. Because as citizens, we want to know what we're bonding for, how much and what we're building. And I think this conversation tonight opened that up immensely, and I truly appreciate that. My other comment is, yes, I voted for you, but in the way this city works, where we don't have a certain representative for specific areas of the city, how do you know as a council person how I would prefer you to vote on something? And I'm not saying specifically on the safety building. You know, I can send my emails, people can send emails, but we all know that the only ones that send emails are the ones that are extra happy or the ones that are extra angry. And so how do you know what the majority of the people in the city actually feel so that you're voting as the majority of the city feels? That's it's just a comment. What is the difference in the two bonds? Can that be answered? What difference does it make which bond we go with?
And we will answer that in the frequently asked questions. Brenda, basically one, we're pledging revenues like sales tax revenue, and that doesn't need to go before the city citizens. The other one is a general obligation bond where we actually, as John's explained it, on your property tax thing, you'd have a separate line item for an increase in taxes to pay for that, and that would have to go to a ballot in November to be voted upon, approved by the council. But in essence, the initial information we have based upon the assumptions, there's not a significant financial difference over the 20 years. It'd be a 20-year bond. You'd make annual principal payments and probably semi-annual interest payments. But the difference is one is specifically pledged. You're guaranteeing that with your sales tax revenue, or I can imagine it'd be another, some pledge, what, utility revenues, John?
Yes, for utility infrastructure.
Yeah, for utility infrastructure. So that's kind of the difference, is that you're almost guaranteeing that the payment of the bond, because they have almost a first position in the revenue generated by sales tax.
Okay. Thank you.
So that just that's kind of an overview, but that is one of the things that we need to address in our frequently asked questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry if I missed that and made you explain it to me again.
No, that's why we're here. No problem.
Two more comments. I remember, because I've been here for 45 years, I remember a very long time ago that the city was asked to vote on whether or not they wanted a swimming pool. The city voted it down. The residents voted it down. The city went ahead and did it anyway. I resent that. So if you're truly considering a vote, if the residents say no, I think it's only fair not to do this. Now, I am for the safety building. I think it's a necessity. I think most people think it's a necessity until it comes time that you're going to ask them for their money. Just my opinion, not one way or the other of how you should do it, but just know that there are those of us that are still kind of resentful about that vote on the swimming pool, and we feel like it got forced on us anyway. And my last comment is about the city shop. When they were first doing the city shop and they asked for that bond of 10 million, the citizens protested, it went down. At that time, and this may strictly be my fault, I was not paying attention to what was going on in the city and the city meetings. And all of a sudden, they're building this city shop across the street from me. And when I asked someone what was going on and why I was not aware of it, especially living across the street, I would have thought there would have been some communication with me. I was told it was none of my business because that was Weber County property, and the city had contracted with Weber County, and Weber and North Ogden citizens didn't have a say, and it didn't matter whether I knew it or not. That was extremely offensive. I think your transparency is excellent. I think there's still going to be people that'll be upset, but you're going to have a place where you're going to say, you know, if you're interested, go here, see what homework we've done, listen to these meetings and see how it was discussed. You know, you have resources for that, rather than someone like me feeling this has just been shoved down my throat and I was told it was none of my business. So I appreciate the transparency. I appreciate the homework that's going into this. I appreciate especially that you're looking into what is truly needed and not just looking at bonding a specific amount of money and then we have to deal with it. Thank you. Did I stay under 5 minutes?
You muted, Mayor.
Yeah, we're going to say you did.
Okay, thank you.
All right. John, do we have any other comments?
My mute button's not working. Yes, we do have Brett Hamblin.
Okay, let's hear from Brett with his name and address, please.
This is Brett Hamblin, 963 Deer Meadows Drive. After listening to all the conversations and such tonight, I'm me being a person that is retired on a fixed incomes. I don't want to see any tax increase. But that being said, I agree more that we need a new public safety building. And even though I don't want a tax increase, we need a tax increase. We need to have that building, and as soon as possible. I am totally confident in everything that I've heard that there's enough of you folks on the council and in the city positions involved in all the decisions making, especially toward this new building, that we're going to get a good building, one that we need, and at a limited cost. So again, I don't think we want to go out, we didn't have it on the ballot to build a amphitheater. We didn't have it on a ballot to do a swimming pool or follow the vote at that point. The last thing I want to see is it get put on the ballot and so many people that don't pay attention to what's going on, don't listen to these city council meetings, and don't understand what the need is and where we stand right now today, will vote against it. And then we're in a nasty position. Do you stay happy with what the people were requested to input on and said, no, we don't want it, not knowing what's needed, and then to go against that and have one? I'm thinking, don't take a survey on whether it's wanted or not. You've already determined. Everyone that I listen to says we need the building, and I agree with it. Let's just move forward and get this thing going. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett, for your comments there. And I was telling Phil this the other day that I'm now on a fixed income. I'm now retired effective of the end of the year. So the fixed income thing now, I'm one of those. But once again, I understand that I want to be on a fixed income in a safe city too. And let me just make this comment, Brett and the others that are listening. We are working diligently to see how we can reduce the amount of burden that could be placed upon the citizens with a bond. There's no doubt if we're to do this, we have to borrow money. We don't have the money. We've got other commitments that have been made. We've got some money that we can use to seed this project and get it off the ground. But we're working very diligently as a council to find ways to reduce the amount of tax increase that would be needed and utilize excess revenues over expenses now. So we're just not going to go out and bond and then just slap on it. We're going to be very, very diligent in how we can utilize current revenues that are flowing into the city and make sure we utilize those properly. And you got our commitment that we will do everything we can to minimize the burden. I want to make it clear, we're not committing to saying to do this building would be no tax increase, but you have our commitment. We're going to look at every way to minimize that. And we feel that's our commitment and our obligation to the citizens of North Ogden. So I just want to clarify that too, that we think there's ways we can minimize the burden, and we'll find that out as we get through our audit and we see the revenue flows coming into the city. So I just want to put that out there also. John, is there anyone else?
Nope, that is it.
All right. Public, thank you so much for your comments. It surely gives us food for thought and things to consider. And, you know, we know you've placed a lot of trust in us with your vote, and we do not want to violate that trust. We'll do our best to represent you as you expect us to. All right. Let's go to council, mayor, and staff comments. And I think in that aspect of our agenda, although we've been here a long time, I think it's been productive this evening. We've had some very good discussions. Councilman Barker, let's go to you. Do you have anything to report to us about planning?
Yeah, planning and building. I've got one thing. I was on a Zoom call, whatever, today with the state fire marshal's office and some other fire officials talking legislator, and that it's starting up here next week. There's a bill that we all should be paying attention to. It's House Bill 98. You might want to reach out to Representative Wilcox and tell them we are not in favor. What they're proposing is that builders can come into a city and opt out of our inspection fees or our permitting fees, and then they will get their own third-party inspector, third-party reviewer, and the city will get nothing. If this happens, our budgets will take a big hit. We might lose inspectors, we may lose a lot of things, and it's going to cause a big problem. The problem right now that we're having is there's a lot of developers up on the hill, and they're trying. And we don't think this bill will pass, but it might be something to be informed of. Is that this has a big impact on every city out there, is if developers start pushing their way with the cities. So make sure we just reach out to Representative Wilcox and let him know we are not in favor of this.
Can I add something to that? It's not actually, right now as the bill stands, it doesn't have to be a third party that does the inspection, if that gives you any comfort. And what I mean is, that means the person building the wall can inspect the wall, or someone that they work for or with can inspect it. It's insane.
Correct. As long as they were stamped by an architect, they can build a house.
Yeah.
Who's the sponsor of the bill? Do we know?
Yep, Paul Ray.
Well, probably many of the developers that have been elected to the legislature. We have many of those there, but John, maybe you could, and I'm sure the Utah League of Cities and Towns might have a summary of that. If you could get that out to the council members with some talking points, so we can not only contact our representatives, our Senate and legislator, but many of us are familiar with others that we could probably have a discussion with. So could you do that, contact the Utah League and see if we can get that?
Yes, and I will also send some information about the bill tracking software that's available to everyone to use that shows which bills are in favor of and against. So
perfect. Okay, is there any other council member that has a report they feel they'd like to give this evening to update the rest of the council members? Seeing none, and it being 10:10, we're obviously willing to stay as late as we need, but staff comments?
well, Ryan stole my thunder on that one, but that's okay. I'm glad that he's in the loop as well as the fire marshal.
I didn't even plan it either.
Then the only other one, Mayor, is just we will bring that. Sorry, do you want to do the announcement on the recorder, Mayor, since it's a recommendation from you?
Once again, I think the council voted on that in the closed meeting last week. And I think, John, the council's aware of it, but I think the public deserves to know. So I would say, since this is kind of a personal matter, I don't know if Jamie's with us. If not, go ahead.
Okay. So the council has extended, or the city's extended an offer to Katie Gerard to come and be North Ogden City's recorder. She has accepted that position and will start officially on the 29th of January. She comes to us from the WFRC, which is the Wasatch Front Regional Council. It's a quasi-governmental organization, and she, for lack of a better word, has been that organization's city recorder, dealing with grammar requests, meeting minutes, things like that. And we are excited to have her come. She's going to bring some skills and some knowledge base that we think will be very helpful. And we're also excited for just the opportunity to use some of that information in ways that we think can help the city. And we will try and coordinate something to give her a chance to get acquainted with the city, acquainted with residents as best we can during the COVID issues. But we just wanted to make that public announcement, and that will officially be presented to the council at the first meeting in February. If we do a work session, we will do it at that meeting. If we don't do a work session, it will be on the 9th of February. So thank you.
Thank you, John. And once again, let me express the appreciation to the council who interviewed the final candidates and gave significant thought to that. Never easy decisions, but thanks for those who participated in that process. I think the city recorder is obviously someone the council works very closely with, and also with the mayor. And so thanks for those who participated. And let me just thank the council tonight for their candor and their courage and their transparency. I'm proud of the council members. I think we don't always agree on everything, but we have the same desire, which is to serve the citizens and keep North Ogden a great place to live. And, it's one thing I've learned in the last year is public service is not easy, but it's the right thing to do, to step up and make the courageous decisions, and to be in contact with our citizens. I don't think the message has ever been, we want to stay close to our citizens, and this pandemic's made it a little bit harder. We're anxious for this pandemic to end so that we can have personal contact and make sure we understand the pulse of our citizens and how we can serve them better. So just wanted to express my appreciation to the council for their willingness to serve and to address hard issues. And, we learn a lot about courage in public service. So thank you very much. Are there any other comments from council or staff?
Mayor, I just want to follow up with what you said. I think I speak on behalf of all of the council in thanking you for creating an environment in these meetings where we can speak candidly and we can have that candor and that honesty with each other. You lead the meetings exceptionally well, and you could easily sabotage these meetings and make them a difficult place to be in. And I'm grateful for the leadership that you've shown this last year, and for the way that you encourage this candor and honesty in our meetings.
Well, thank you, Phil. And, I've got a lot to learn. I'm still learning a lot, and I'm grateful to John Call and the other city employees who are patient with me and teaching me. And once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think one thing that I would just say, being candid, I think there was some real concern during the election that this council wouldn't get along, and that we'd be on different paths down the road, and we all had different agendas. And I just want to say, from my perspective, I'm happy that we can work together like we do, and we can disagree and still be professional and move on to the next issue. So I think that's one thing too that we should recognize, that this council is not afraid to express their opinions, to vote their conscience, but we all have the same thing in our heart of serving the citizens. So, okay, anything else before we seek a motion to adjourn?
I just have a question for John before I motion to adjourn.
Okay.
What?
Go ahead, Council Member Stoker.
John, is there been a follow-up on that duplex with the landowner, or the building inspector gone in to see what's what?
They have not been able to schedule that yet, but I am meeting with them tomorrow. And so we will, if we can't get to it this week, we will let you know, but I would expect Monday at the latest. So.
Good question,
Okay.
Council Member Stoker. And just, do you have other things that you wanted to comment on?
Just that with the police, that there's a lot of things that go in that department, and a lot of police officers and those in charge do a lot of things that go unnoticed, not only from the public, but even from within, that they do acts of kindness and service, and they want to do it with nobody knowing that this is what they're doing. So we do have a good group of officers and police chief and our detectives and staff in that building. So I just wanted to give recognition without giving recognition to a certain one or two.
Thank you. And once again, that's a major responsibility this council has, is to recruit and retain officers that can serve our citizens. And with what's going on in the world today, it's becoming more complex. I would just add two things before we adjourn. One is, we haven't forgot JD Dalpaz's presentation. That is being considered as we talk about the budget. Also, we've got some information on the intersection at 1050 and 2600. Lauren, our engineer, has made some recommendations there that will be coming to the council. So we are working on these things that have been brought up by citizens, and we will be following up as we get the appropriate information. So, okay. And Utopia, we can't forget Utopia. I'm sure you've got the same emails I do. So, all right, who is going to jump out of their seat and make the motion to adjourn without fistfights?
Motion to adjourn.
Ooh, Councilmember Stoker beat you, Councilmember Swanson. You want to second that?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone object to adjourning this meeting? And thanks to staff who have joined, Susan and others who have stayed with us and fulfilled their responsibilities. So thank you very much and have a great evening. Sleep